Man who walks around the town, but you don't see him. Hides in the shadows, taking love for free. Naughty kitty, purring, bouncing till I cannot say no. I give it all if he can handle me. Ooh, rebel baby, spin me dizzy, dizzy, and around, and around. Ooh, rebel baby, spin me till we're busy, busy, and around. If the ladies watching, they can see my body moving. There's nothing pretty better be down, girl. I'll be the one to tame you, fuck you up and rearrange you, invite your fantasies into my world. Ooh, rebel baby, spin me dizzy, dizzy, and around, and around. Ooh, rebel baby, spin me till we're busy, busy. Let's get busy. And around, and around. Let's get busy. There is a man who walks around the town, but you don't see him. Hides in the shadows, taking love for free. Naughty kitty, purring, bouncing till I cannot say no. I'd give it all if he can handle me. Ooh, rebel baby, spin me dizzy, dizzy, and around, and around. Ooh, rebel baby, spin me till we're busy, busy, and around. Dizzy, dizzy. Hysteria. Very soon.
Party like a rock star, look like a porn star. Every day I go hard, riding in my sports car. Lost in that VA, songs on replay, spinning like a DJ. Make you look, 'cause I go faster and harder, faster and harder. I go faster and harder, 'cause I feel like a monster. I go faster and harder, faster and harder. I go faster and harder, I feel like a monster.
Bitch, fuck me harder. Let's go down, let's get started. Talk to your father. Bit busy with your daughter. Don't try to play me. Get nasty on the daily. Don't call me baby. Let's fall, but you can't date me. I know how. I can see it coming. I know how. Baby, tell me one thing. We kiss as we fuck. Does it mean something? Oh, not. Oh my God, I don't need
Party
nothing.
like a rock star, look like a porn star. Every day I go hard, riding in my sports car. Lost in that VA, songs on replay, spinning like a
Hi. It's me. I'm here, ready to suffer. How's everyone doing? Hi, Relic. I believe you are, that you are the funny name on Discord. Hi. Hello, Slurpee. Hello there. So I am really sorry. I couldn't figure out how to put the YouTube chat on the stream itself. But I promise that I read every chat that I get. Just apologies if it gets a little delayed. So, today we are going to react to Lily Occurred's My Little Pony videos, because this is one of the rare stuff she covered that I watched. And since I found a Generation 1 retrospective for Pokemon, I'm going to react to that too, because I really like Pokemon even until today. I just hope it's not the anime, because I haven't watched the anime in a really long while. But yeah. Hello! We're going to wait for a few more minutes, just in case there are some people that wants to join. So yeah, for those that are on Twitch, I added the viewer tags and stickers. But yeah, this wouldn't work on YouTube, but yeah. We're also going to do it with a bingo card. So if you want to play with me, I'm going to put the links in the chats. Here's the links to the bingo cards. There you go. If you want to play along with me for the bingo, this is the bingo card that I just finished today. I'll go over it right now. Let's see. There you go. So we have Erika that is here. Say hi to Erika. Erika, which is the god of war that protects the chat from cringe. Hell yeah, we got an Absol. Hell yeah. Don't throw eggs at Erika, she protects you. She's here for you. That's mean. Don't throw eggs at Erika. But yeah, you can slap some stuff now. So, I'm going to explain the bingo card very quick. So you have not so subtle racism. This one is quite easy, that's because, well, if she says something racist. We owe to them to understand that that's when she pretends that just because she believes that something is like too advanced for viewers, and she believes that you are to them to understand as clearly superior views. Indigenous trans woman, that's when she tries to shield herself behind, well, what she believes she is. Not that I don't want to get too into that, but you shouldn't use your identity as a shield. Like, I'm 100% that believe that no matter your background, you can't use it as a shield. If you're a trans, you're a POC, if you're gay, if you're whatever, you're still a human being, and every human being can be shit. So, yeah, you can't use your identity to excuse anything that you do. That's you, Lily! That's borrowed from Sai. So yeah, I borrowed it from Sai. When she says something that is clearly about herself. We have unrelated personal life fact. I think this one explains itself. Shitting on male characters. So when she, well, she's on male characters. If you watched my previous video about, this is something that I've noticed in some of the videos. You shouldn't do that as a YouTuber. Like callbacks and etc. about other videos are normal and something that can be made. But your viewers shouldn't have to watch like 50 videos to understand one video that isn't related to another video you made. These damn weebs, that's when she uses weebs as a derogatory term, when it's not really derogatory anymore. We're not in 2015, Lily. How did it get here? That's when she goes so off trail from the video's topic. You don't even know what the video is about at this point. Star Wars reference, this is easy. Blatant lie about the content, this is easy too. Shitting on the creator when she insults the creator of the thing she's reviewing, because she doesn't like it. makes me want to quit. This is basically my free space. This is when I just want to quit the right now and just go do literally anything else. Calling a critic transphobe, this is something that is also self-explanatory. As an abuse victim, when she says tardigrade, you know, as a, to not say another word that I cannot say without being banned, but yeah. You have Japan slander. This one is self-explanatory, that's when she shits on Japan for no reason. And also Tildo that likes it. That's when she's like, oh, if you like this thing, you're fucking sick and you should not like this, because why would you like this? As a writer myself, this is self-explanatory too. Kingdom Hearts reference, brings up incest, mentions Steven Universe. I feel like this one will be always locked in. She talks about Steven Universe constantly. This would be better if, and she mentioned useless diversity. For example, saying that a couple should be gay or whatever when it doesn't bring anything else to the story. Shows media with incestinist. And finally, the big N accusation. Alright, I think we're good. Let me cut the music. There we go. And yeah, we're starting with that wasn't the best MLP episode. Straight people needs to stop. This was 4 years ago, so maybe our views changed after that, but I really adopt it. I don't care if it's old. I still react to it. I just watched the episode today, so my memory is fresh about it. But yeah. I believe these MLP videos were made after I have Steven Universe videos. I didn't really check, I just, you know, looked to a channel for things that I know. Because I didn't watch Steven Universe. And I don't really plan to. I really don't like the art style of SU. And that's something that bothers me too much to be able to watch the show. I'm sorry. But I really can't watch Steven Universe. Right. I think we are good to go. Slurpee. That's not nice. Please. Alright. Let's see.
Okay, we're gonna get to the video proper in just a moment. I just want to settle one thing quickly. A lot of you guys have been asking me to cover the Steven Universe movie, and
we are 6 seconds in. 6 seconds in. 6 seconds in, and we already have a Steven Universe mention. You cannot make that up. Oh my god. Not even 10 seconds. Not even 10 seconds, she's already talking about Steven Universe on a My Little Pony video. This will be long, what it is.
And the fact of the matter is that there's very little new material in the movie to work with. Everything I could talk about is already talked about in my 2-hour video on the show, and the few follow-ups deconstructing the tropes it tries and fails to cover. There's pretty much only one new thing, and it didn't come from the movie or even the show, it came straight from the idiot's mouth in an interview.
Spinel, unlike many other characters, actually has the goal of hurting people, which is new territory for the show.
I want my cluster, and I want that planet to die.
And I will take immense satisfaction in erasing that hideous rot off of our star maps.
Won't it be grand to get rid of it all? Let's make a plan of attack.
Can I technically say this is Nazi accusation? Or not yet? Or should I wait until she actually says it? But yeah, anyway, Steven Universe, this is a My Little Pony video. If you want to say something, oh, we'll cover Steven Universe, just say it in a community post or something, I don't know. Like, you don't have to say it in the video itself. Because this is not about Steven Universe. I feel like this will be long. I don't have any alcohol on me, but I should have. I'm doing this sober, by the way. So yeah, my suffering is absolutely real. And yeah, gift subs and stuff aren't a thing because I can't set it up yet because my channel is too small. And I don't really want to anyway, so
Forget the trial. We should shatter her just for looking like that.
We blasted the planet and obliterated every gem on its surface.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, but you didn't watch your own show. I'm sorry, this counts. This counts. This counts as you didn't watch your own show, because that's you, Lily. You don't watch your stuff. You don't watch the stuff you cover. Like, you said it multiple times. You didn't watch Utena. You barely watched your Steven Universe. What did she say? What did she confirm that she didn't watch too? I forgot. But yeah, maybe also watch your one show before covering it. Oh yeah, chat is a little bit hard to see. Let me fix that. Fixing that very quickly. Technical difficulties. Oh yeah, she didn't know what dungeon mesh is either. Let's see. All right. Let me put this back to white. There we go. That should be better. Oh, this resetted everything. Hang on. I'm struggling. There we go. Now that should be better. Now the chat should be seen. I'm sorry, I didn't notice that it was too dark. Yeah, I don't want to react to the Dungeon Meshi video yet because it tackles manga spoilers. I've read the manga, but I know that not everyone did, and I forgot where the spoilers are. So I'll probably react to a Dungeon Meshi video later, once the anime caught up to the manga. Anyway, let's continue. I had this intro. This is really long, so just skipping it.
They're far apart in every way. The story be better if it was gay.
We're barely 2 minutes in. The story wouldn't be better if it was gay. This wouldn't be better if it was gay, like... Because if they were gay, how would the kids even exist? Huh? Like, the whole plot of the episode is that, is the kids wanting to learn more about their parents. Like, I know adoption and stuff, but this is the whole thing. Like, one of the plot points of the episode is that they learn they are half pair. So like, they need to be blood related. So yeah, if it was gay, this wouldn't work. I'm sorry, this is just how life is. Yeah, no, chat is not visible at all. That's because it got resetted. Don't worry. If someone sends something, it will show up again. Like, I'll make a demonstration. See, it's better now. Anyway, let's continue.
'Cause as it stands, it's just dull. But I know that won't get through your skull. So sit the fuck down and learn why the perfect pair is dumb.
Okay, there we go. Another one. We're like barely 3 minutes in. We're speedrunning this. We're speedrunning this, I swear to God.
A common phrase I hear of the perfect pair is that Bright Mac and Pear Butter's relationship is developed over time. This is yet another example of looking at the fact that it's developed over time and not how good that development is. What do we honestly know about Bright Mac and Pear Butter? Well, they love each other and their parents are dicks. That's about it. Their entire relationship starts because when they're baboos, they said, "I'm not supposed to talk to you. Let's get married in
I can agree with the point. I don't think I kind of agree with the point, but she needs to understand that this is from one episode for 20 minutes. So yeah, this is sad. This is really something that's quite a shame. But they couldn't really introduce two entirely new characters and flesh them out in the same episode. Especially since they're dead in the series, they don't really on a viewpoint for how can I explain this? Basically, on a technical viewpoint, this is not something that you can do. You can't introduce characters and make them come back because they are dead and they weren't introduced up until this point. So yeah, while I agree with Lily that yeah, Bright Mac and Pear Butter are really bare bone, well, this is the best we can get. So this is what we have to make do. If you know the animation industry would work, you would understand. And I personally don't think this hinders the enjoyment of the episode as much as it could have.
20 years, which I find really weird that this is praised because when I tried doing this with Magdalene and Honeycrisp, everyone got on my case for 4 days straight about how
Do I have something for that? I would say it counts as a writer myself, but I'm not sure. Because like, why would you talk about your own fanfiction? Like, don't compare a published work next to your fanfiction. That's just not how life works. That's just how life works. Yeah, there you go. It's a speedrun of telling us about the airport's parents because they aren't there. It's basically a story of the kid finally getting an explanation of the mom and dad. Yeah, exactly, Sloppy. The episode is really rushed. That's just how it is. But yeah, I don't care as a writer myself because you don't have to bring up your own fanfiction and your own OCs when you criticize work. Because if she does, I'll do it too, and you will hate it. You will hate me bringing up my own OCs. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just checking up some stuff right now. Yeah, I realized that every time I try to check chat, it dims the screen, so I'm just sitting right on the computer right now. Alright. We are good to go. Okay, now I can stay on the main topic. So yeah, I'm still putting it as a writer myself, because you shouldn't bring your own OCs when you criticize some work. You shouldn't do that.
unrealistic it is for children to have puppy love crushes.
These heteros making me upsetteros.
It's strange how these two had their entire life story told, and yet they were still less interesting, less engaging, and less developed than the resident power couple who only appear once a season.
That's because Kate and Sasha Nirmo had 2 episodes when they were introduced to getting fleshed out. They appear multiple times. They are the main couple in 2 seasons. They appear once for the wedding, which you have two episodes to like show how their relationship are. 2 that for 1 episode it was Chrysalis, but we can clearly see from Channing Amor's reaction and how Cadence behave after they were reunited. Like you can guess how they used to be. Then we see her with the end or the start of season 3 with King Sombra and stuff. So we can see how they behave again. Then you have the stuff with Floriarts. Then we also see Cadence interacting with Twilight. They don't appear once every season. They appear quite often. This is why they're more fleshed out than Peer Butter and Bright Mac because they appear much often, so they can explore more situations with their relationship. Like, this is just basic knowledge and logic. Of course, the couple that appears for one episode is going to have less stuff than the couple that appears like a lot of time. That's just how character development works.
But I can already hear you saying, it makes sense that their lives were stripped down and whitewashed because it was being told by their friends.
Can someone translate this to me? I swear to God I didn't understand any of that. Again, I need to rewind because for those that are unaware, English is not my main language and I swear I did not understand a single word that she said.
An empower couple who only appear once a season. But I can already hear you saying, it makes sense that their lives were stripped down and whitewashed because...
Did she say whitewash? What the fuck? What the fuck is she on about? Those are horses.
As it was being told by their friends. Of course they'd highlight the good parts and avoid talking about anything bad. You don't do that with your dead friends. But that defense operates on the premise that this was the only way to tell Bright Mac and Pear Butter's story. They didn't have to stick to this rigid system.
What? I didn't understand any of that. So she's criticizing the fact that since the parents are dead, the friends only tell the good parts of the love story. But wasn't like there was the old apple lady that said that their love was so pure, so perfect that it was magical. Like I think she says it in French, that it's magical and that it literally had an effect on other people around them. Because it was so strong. And we know that in the My Little Pony universe, love is literally magic. Just like friendship is, love is also another kind of magic. So, yeah. This is an impossible love story because, one, it's a fairy tale. Two, it's for little kids. I'm not saying that it's dumb, so it's for little kids. I'm saying that it's really simple and really extremely simplified and made in a magical fairy tale thing. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't think it's at the cost of quality. Sure, it could have been more nuanced and more complicated, but it's only one episode for 20 minutes, and My Little Pony is made for kids. Like the main target audience for kids. So of course you have to dumb it down and make it some more palatable for audiences. Like, if it was something more mature, I would have understood the critic, but it just doesn't work because this is fucking My Little Pony. Like that's My Little Pony. You can't say that about My Little Pony. Of course it's going to be dumbed down.
System of delivering the story. Additionally, they didn't highlight the good parts because their relationship only shows them making goo-goo eyes at each other and declaring themselves the perfect couple. In fact, you know who would have been perfect to tell Bright Mac and Pear Butter's story?
Wait, they didn't declare themselves to be the perfect couple. Everyone else around them says that. Like, they don't say they're perfect, it just their friends said that. But they don't self-declare to be the perfect couple. Maybe I could have made the effort to watch the episode before watching the review. Couldn't you make the effort to watch the episode during, like, watching the script while watching the episode? I don't know. Do I have something for the bingo for that? Nah. I should have. It's okay. I'm sure we'll have a bingo at some point.
Bright Mac and Pear Butter. There is absolutely no reason as to why Bright Mac and Pear Butter couldn't have told their own story to their children.
They are dead. They are dead. They are dead, Lily. Of course they can say their own story because they have 6 feet underground. They're 6 feet underground. This is why they can't say their own story. I mean, unless she wants to say, like, through diaries or whatever, but from personal experiences, one, not everyone keeps diaries. Two, even in diaries, you don't really say only the negative stuff. You mostly say stuff that's, that makes you happy. At least that's how I did when I was keeping a diary when I was a teenager. I didn't do it for long, but I used it to write the good stuff that happened to me. Yeah, exactly.
The writers didn't have to make it so that they were already dead.
Oh.
It was decided since season 1. Yeah, like the story could have been idealized, but she's like, oh, they are dead, they shouldn't have been made dead. It was made clear since season 1 that Applejack's parents are dead, and they only decided to show them in season 6. And I swear this is probably due to fan service mostly, sadly, and also to tackle, you know, the notion of kids with deceased parents. You know, so that kids that lost both of their parents can have someone to relate to, and that they can learn and know how to tackle the idea of learning about their parents, and that the show is basically telling kids that lost their parents that they can go talk to family and friends they had to learn more about their parents when they were alive. Did that cross your mind, Lily? That this episode is basically telling children, hey, if you lost your parents but you want to learn more about them, you can go talk about them with the rest of your family and the friends they used to have. This will bring you closer. No, Lily, you just need your little, I guess, lesbian fan fiction fantasy thing about how they were like ostracized or something. I don't know. But yeah, I saw this episode as a way for telling children that they can get closer if they need it, and that there are ways to understand your parents more even if they are gone. Anyway, let's continue.
Oh, but Lily, that introduces so many continuity errors and questions about where the Apple parents have been.
That's what I imagine the headcanon people sound like. That's how I headcanon the headcanon nerds who obsess about their headcanons. Well, first of all...
Oh, we already... that's you, Lily. Oh. Okay, I double check it. Because she obsesses over her own headcanons always. So, yeah.
Oh, fuck continuity. Just ignore the questions because who cares and move on with your day. Yeah, I know Lauren Faust said that she wanted their parents to be dead, but she quit after season 2. Who cares what she thinks? But you know what?
Because she made the fucking law at first? Because she's the one that created G4? Maybe? And that it would have been still 2 seasons of, Peter and Brightmark not being here. So, yeah. And as I've said, the fact that one of the main characters has lost her parents is still important to be closer to kids that lost their parents. I don't know. Maybe that's why they are dead? To bring kids closure? And also because Lauren Faust is the original creator, and that maybe they respect her writing wishes. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, when you lost someone, you don't have to know every little detail about them, but sometimes just knowing the broad strokes is enough to be like, oh, I would have liked to know them. Would it be okay if I bring out a personal fact about me? Is that in my family there's my great-grandfather, and he died before I was born. But my father was really close to him, and as much as my father was an asshole, he still loved to tell me about my great-grandfather. and the little stuff he talks about me, about him, made me wish that I could have known my great-grandfather. And I'm sure that I only learned about the positive things. I only learned about the positive things, but I would have liked to get to know him myself. It's not exactly the same because I never knew him. He was dead before I was born. So I don't really have, you know, the whole oh, this is a family member that I lost. But still.
Fine, I'll bite. How do we answer where they've been? They were in Manhattan selling Apple family products at market. Yeah, I know that's probably not very exciting, but they're farmers. What were you expecting? They were daring do-esque adventurers the whole time? Actually, that probably was what some people were expecting. The idea.
That comment about farmers? Go fuck yourself, Lily. I grew up on a farm. No, I'm just like personally offended right now. Like, I grew up on a farm, Lily. We can do interesting stuff. And if that's the best thing you could come up with, I'm sorry, but I don't think you can call yourself a writer. If that's the most interesting thing you could call yourself you can come up with. I'm sorry, you couldn't come up with something better because they're not related. Sorry, I forgot that your brain only works when you do stuff with siblings. Sorry, I forgot that detail.
The idea that the writers were backed into a corner only works under the premise that they had to go with the dead parents theory and they had to keep continuity and.
That's not. What do you mean theory? That's not a theory. They're dead. That's a fact that's made clear since season 1. Dead parents are a thing, Lily. For all we knew, they died in a farm accident or something because farming is a very risky job. Like, that's just how it is. Farming is a really risky job. So maybe they died on the farm. Directly. Maybe they died from a illness. Maybe they went on a trip and died on the trip. We don't know. Consider that Applejack is very wary of timber wolves. There is a theory that her parents got killed by timber wolves. I don't personally agree to it, but it's also another theory of their death. And I'm honestly happy that I think it's better that we don't know how they died. But yeah, they had to go with the dead parents because that's continuity, and continuity is something that's needed. I know that you are unable of doing continuity in your own stories, really, but that doesn't mean that everyone else doesn't have to, you know, listen to the role.
In mind, but they didn't have to do either of those things. Acting like their hands are tied is just a means of protecting yourself. Like, here's my question. Take away your false continuity issues and your dumb, stupid, where if they did know questions, and let's get right to it. How is the story improved by this being a posthumous recollection? How does them not being around benefit the story in any way? Because so far...
Because it was already established that they're dead. Like, I agree that this doesn't bring anything else to the story itself, but I still think that the goal of the episode is to you know, tell kids that have lost their parents that they can still get closer from friends or family. Like, that just because your parents are dead, that doesn't mean that you cannot learn about them. I don't know. While it doesn't help the story and the lore itself, I still think it was beneficial to, you know, as an educational standpoint, to teach kids that just because their parents are dead doesn't mean that they cannot learn anything about their parents. We're not even 5 minutes in the video and already had a lot to yap about. We should probably speed this up.
Far, the only benefit I can see is the ending where they go see the tree planted in the marriage spot, which, while a nice shot, isn't worth the gutting and shitty restrictions the writers placed on themselves. If the choice was a bittersweet ending and a more fulfilling, satisfying story about two people falling in love, I'll take the latter every single time. And more it seems like people would rather just have the screenshot than the whole fucking movie. It feels like these days more people prioritize the continuity than the story actually being good.
Lily, a story needs continuity. You can't just pull everything out of your ass and say it's a day. Like, that's not how storytelling works. Yeah, of course there will be continuity. Does continuity restrict storytelling? Yes, that's what makes it fun. You have to work around the continuity you put yourself. You're unable to do that. I know that because I read Madhouse, and Madhouse has a lot of plot points and just a lot of stuff that's just makes no sense. Like, if you can skip up your own continuity, do it good. Like, I don't care. Continue writing your own shitty stories. But don't shit on people because they want to continue on continuity. Because continuity is important. I just realized that I should probably do this. There you go. That's better. Yeah. It's showing the love they had and showing that their love grew. That's just how it is. But Lily hates continuity. Which is something that's honestly dumb. When you say, as a writer myself. No, you're not a writer, Lily. Shut the fuck up. I'm more of a writer than you. And all I did was shitty fanfiction about Dragon Ball. Like, my only writing experience of shitty fanfiction about Zelda and Dragon Ball, even these had continuity. I see, Madhouse shouldn't even be called Poke Madhouse. It should be called Poke Crumble House, for how many plot holes are inside. Anyway, enough rambling.
It feels like people can't tell if and when a story is good, and they rely entirely on the presence of tropes they're told are good. I mean, people tell me the Apple parents had to be dead to explain their absence, but that wasn't a concern when writing Scootaloo's
Because Scootaloo's parents are explorers. There's another trope. There's a trope of parents that probably had Scootaloo when they weren't ready, or had Scootaloo by accident but didn't want to terminate the pregnancy. So they had her and they were like, oh no, we don't want to sacrifice our career to raise Scootaloo. So they just dropped her at their aunt's and screwed off. Because that's another trope. My Little Pony has multiple parental tropes. Applejack has the dead parent trope and Scootaloo has the absent parent trope. That's just how it works, because it's a kids cartoon that's supposed to teach kids about things. So Applejack is for the kids that has dead parents, and Scootaloo is for kids that's, while their parents are alive, their parents basically abandon them. Like, if you don't like it, that's entirely fair. You don't have to like it, but you have to understand that My Little Pony is not the show to have this critique.
parents in it. It wasn't a problem then, and Scootaloo was often headcanoned to be a fucking homeless orphan. I mean, doesn't the Apple parents are dead headcanon really just sound like needless grimdark being shoved into something like Steven Universe?
I just mentioned Steven Universe first. And okay, I'm doing it again. And they are dead because it's to bring closure to kids with dead parents. So why the fuck is she bringing up the grimdark? I'm just confused. I'm confused, I'm lost.
Deciding to add genocide and slavery to the stakes with no intention on factoring it into the decision making, or all those headcanons about Pokemon and Adventure Time where the entire story is suggested to be a coma dream because apparently we need to explain the whimsy and explain Ash's lack of aging and going the most.
This is the only thing that I will agree that I also hate the whole Ash is in a coma headcanon. Like, good job, Lily. You said one thing that I agree with. Good job.
Bleak and miserable route to do that is exactly what insecure man-children always do, so they can—
And you blew it. And you blew it. Like, there's just people that likes darker stories. That doesn't mean anything about them. That just means, hey, they like darker stories. You like stuff made for kids because your brain can't think about anything else. And that's fine. You like simpler childhood stories. That's fine. Some people just like darker and mature stories. Yeah. Like, people have dead parents in real life. That's just what happens.
Can claim that the show is actually super ethereal. Yeah, I get that children go through parental death sometimes, but My Little Pony being the one to talk about that, I've always preferred the fact that Hasbro wouldn't let Lauren Faust do that in the first place. It always—
What do you mean by that, Lily? First of all, what is it with the pretentious sometimes There are kids without parents all the time. And My Little Pony can talk about that because it's one of the most watched kids cartoon. Like almost everyone knows My Little Pony Close of 4. Even by name. So yeah, of course My Little Pony would talk in one episode out of 9 seasons about dead parents. Do you expect My Little Pony to just be 9 seasons of wholesome fluff that doesn't talk about anything darker so that kids cannot relate or find closure or, learn something? And like, if you don't want My Little Pony to tackle the trope of dead parents to kid, which cartoon should do it? Like, tell me, which cartoon should do it?
Always felt like needless addition of heavy material, especially in a show intended for 5-year-olds about...
My Little Pony is a show that grows up with its audience. Yeah, exactly. But also, My Little Pony is a show that grew up with its audience. If you might do a marathon and watch like in one sitting all of My Little Pony, or in the span of a few days, you realize that the topics My Little Pony talks about gets more and more mature as the show progresses, because it's a show that grows up with its audience. Yeah, season 1 was made for 5-year-olds, but the show took 10 years to finish. So by the time these 5-year-olds get to season 9, they're already 15. So it's a show that grows up with its audience, that gets more mature as time goes on. Season 9 is nothing like season 1. And also, Lily, why are you reviewing a show for 5-year-olds? If this is what you're saying. Why are you reviewing a show for 5-year-olds? Like, that's the thing. Anyway.
Friendship. Yeah, this is season 7 and we're already starting the process of abandoning being...
This is season 6. Hang on, let me double check, but I believe this is season 6. And not season 7. Checking. Because I said season 6, but maybe it's season 7, I don't know, I don't really remember, but I believe it's season 6. I will not allow Hamter spoilers. I mean Slender. I loved Hamter as a kid, but when I was a kid. Wait, it is season 7. I'm sorry, I said season 6. This is season 7. Yeah, that was a mistake on my part, sorry. I should have double checked. But yeah, The Perfect Pair is a season 7 episode.
Being an entertaining show for children in favor of sucking unwashed brony dick, but on principle, I've always been against...
Why? Hang on. Why do you say that?
Year-olds about friendship. Yeah, this is season 7 and we're already starting the process of abandoning being an entertaining show for children in favor of sucking unwashed brony dick.
I should have put in the big go, I already talked about sexual shit. Because why the fuck are you saying that? Kids grow up, Lily. Like the 5-year-olds you're talking about are already like 15 by the time this episode is aired. Like, I'd say that at this point, My Little Pony is more for 12 to 15 years old. Like, it's a preteen show at this point. It's a show for preteens at this point, so I don't see what you're getting at.
But on principle, I've always been against turning My Little Pony from a slice-of-life sitcom into a world-spanning adventure story. It always felt so unnecessary and done more to satisfy the adult fandom and their greedy...
This is for the teens, Lily! This is for the teens! Like, a target audience is not 5-year-old or adult. There are teens too that needs dreams, that needs to, see their favorite characters, do cool stuff. You know, to develop their imagination, something they look really like. Like, My Little Pony inspired me to make so much stuff. Yeah, it was never a sitcom, it was fantasy adventure. Like, even in season 1, hang on. Do I still have the episode? Yeah, even in season 1. The first 2 episodes are Lordom. Then you have Ticketmaster, which is Slice of Life. Applebox season, which honestly tackles the already the topic of overworking yourself up to exhaustion, which is honestly quite dark. You have Griffin the Brush Off, which is an episode that helps tackle about bullies. We have Dragon Shy, which is an adventure episode. We have Brittle Gossip, which is the Zikura introduction episode. And I would say this is an episode about racism. Since Zikura is really Zikura is black coded. Like she comes from Africa. And everybody were like very scared of her because of her stripes, because of everything. But it turns out that she's actually super nice and not threatening at all. So I would say that the episode with Zikura is about racism, which is honestly a heavy topic. It's made in a way for kids to understand. Like, yeah, we have a lot of already quite adventurous episodes. We have like Stairmaster, where the Cutie Crusaders going into the forest. And the Fluttershy having a stare down with a fucking cockatrice. Like, there's already a lot of adventurous episodes in season 1. And season 2 there's even more of them. So I don't know what you're getting at, Lily. Sure, it got more fantasy in the later season, but it was always a show about fantasy adventure. So, yeah, maybe shut the fuck up for once. Again, you can do that.
Nonsense than making the story better in any possible way. But hey, regardless of all that, the people who love this episode also praise it for being a forbidden love story done right. And I'm gonna stop you right there, because this is not a forbidden love story at all, let alone one done right. People compare the perfect pair to Romeo and Juliet, except Pear Butter and Bright Mac don't die at the except Pear Butter and Bright Mac don't die violently at the end. But there's a key difference between stories like Romeo and Juliet and West Side Story and this. Namely, Pear Butter and Bright Mac are not in any actual danger. In those
It's a kiss cartoon, Nelly. You said it yourself, it was 5-year-old. Of course it's going to be wholesome fluff. Like, you said it yourself, this is a show for 5-year-old. What did you expect, them to fucking explode at the end? Like, do you expect them to be like, oh, we cannot be together, we decided to commit to take on lives? Like, what did you expect? Of course they won't die at the end. Of course it's going to be wholesome at the end, because it's a show for 5-year-olds, you said it yourself.
mentioned stories, the forbidden love comes from violent gang warfare. Literal warring houses that will actually kill each other. Romeo and Juliet literally risk death by trying to be together. There's a high chance that one or both of them are going to be killed by the opposing family. It's like being gay in a progressive cartoon. If you come out with it, there's a 90% chance you'll end up dead. In The Perfect Pair,
when did she become that? When did she become gay? Oh my god. Do I have something for that? I don't think it's a how did we get here moment. She's not straying too far. I would say blatant lie about the content. Because, like, of course they won't show each other dying, but I would say that Grandpere and Granny Smith were very aggressive toward Bright Mike and Peer Butter. Yeah, they're real rivals in the food selling businesses. This is why they hate each other, because they're constantly at war on trying to get each other clientele.
This is not the case. Yeah, there's a family feud, but only between Granny Smith and Grandpere, who just—
No, there's a whole family, Lily! Did you watch the fucking episode? There's a whole family! It's just that we've shown Grandpere and Granny Smith because they're the main characters, but that's the whole family that hates each other because they're literally— this is literally their lives being that's at stake. Because they want— they're competitors. They want more clients than the other because they are trying to keep the families afloat. That's what it is. This is not between Granny Smith and Grandpere. There's just one that is focused on because those are characters that are important to the episode itself. But it's literally shown in the start of the episode that all pears and all apples hate each other, and that the only exception were Bright Mac and Peer Butter.
Just yell at each other a lot. Sure, maybe when they're kids and teenagers, it's a lot harder to be together, but once they reach adulthood, there's absolutely nothing stopping them from being together.
Maybe the family bond? Like, Lily, supposedly you know what it is to be ostracized from your own family. So supposedly you should know how much it hurts. I can relate to this because my father was ostracized from the rest of the family, and living in isolation to the rest of your family sucks. Like, I have an actually extremely big family, but I don't know any of them due to my father that was seen as a white wolf. So like, yeah, something does stop them from being together as adults or late teenagers. Yeah, literally. But I believe that she's going to bring up, oh, but like if he disowns her, that's her name. But like, not everyone can stand, because it seems that Peer Butter and Grandpeer still have a quite good relationship, because it still shows that he cares a lot about her, and she was ready to break up with Bright Mac because she said, I can't be taken away from my family.
Adults, and their parents do not have the means or willingness to get violent, so why are they even...
One, they don't get violent because one is a kid show. So this is not the series to talk about that. Two, they can still do something, and Grandpeer does something, is that it disowns Peer Butter. And we can see how much that hurt her. Because she breaks down right after he leaves. Like, of course they can still do something when it's they're adults.
Keeping their relationship a secret. The only real risk is that their parents will be cross, but they're adults. They can just as easily tell their parents to go pound sand. Why is...
They try to do that, but it doesn't work. Did you watch the fucking episode, Lily? And also because they love their parents. Like, because I think the episode made it clear that the only issue with the parents is that they didn't like their significant other. But otherwise, they are great parents to have them. Like, Granny Smith is shown to be a caring mother, and as she cares about Peer Butter at the end. Grandpeer is shown to still be hurt by his decision, and when in the episode when he's old, he says that he's regretted the decision ever since. So like, of course they will still listen to them, not get violent with their parents, because they still love their parents and their parents still love them. This is shown in the episode itself.
Is disappointing them such a massive roadblock? In fact, that's exactly what they did in the final scene. They finally spined up and said, we're getting married, bite me. Well, I say they, but okay, you know what? Let's just put a pin in that for later. Any pretense toward family being important ultimately falls by the wayside because Peer Butter makes her fucking choice and sticks to it. Nothing about this...
She doesn't! She doesn't! Literally, she goes to see Bright Mac and says, I'm sorry, I have to leave. I can't leave my family behind. And so Bright Mac came up with the idea of the wedding because from getting wed, the apples become a family, and that's how she realized, well, the apples are my family now, so I can stay here. Yeah, she was going to originally leave, and then he proposes, which made Peer Butter try to come up with the reason, well, the apples are my family, so I can't leave. We don't have to leave because now the apples are legally family to the peer. And so it's Grandpeer that disowns her. So, but then she doesn't feel as sad because Granny Smith finally accepts her in the family, so she lost a family, but she found another one. But she still regrets losing her main family. And Grandpeer still regrets disowning Peer Butter. So like, no, she didn't make a choice and stick to it. She was a mess. She was a whole mess. It's Bright Mac that helped her make the choice. Did you watch the episode, Lily?
Love was forbidden. It was just disapproved of by the least effective parents ever. That doesn't make it forbidden. There has to be a real...
the least effective parents ever. It's made clear that Grandpierre is like the leader of the family. Because he's the one that made the choice to move. He's literally the patriarch of the family. Well, maybe not the patriarch, but basically the chef. The leader of the family. What he says is done. Which is something that happens in families. But yeah, I don't even care at this point.
Threat. If there isn't one, then the moment you're big enough to fight back, you can pretty much date whoever the fuck you please, and if your parents want to sulk about it, they can sulk about it. Has anybody here actually tried to stop a teenager or young adult from doing something they want to do? There's a reason teenagers generally don't get grounded, because unless the parent is abusive, there is literally nothing stopping them from disregarding your punishment.
What the fuck does that mean, Lily? What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean? Teenagers can just disregard the punishment? Or that if you keep punishing a teenager, you're abusive. Is that projection? Are you projecting yourself, Lily? Please, I don't want ever to learn that Lily adopted a kid. Please tell me she never put her hand on a kid. Ah, my throat is dry. I need a drink. I hate everything about this. I think I can take this. This is my free space. I don't care.
Entirely. Oh, you don't approve of your daughter's girlfriend because she got a tattoo and you think that makes her a bad influence? I guess you're gonna have to just sit and sulk in the corner, you radish man. Oh, you're gonna stop them? Yeah, good fucking luck with that. I shouldn't be surprised about this false dilemma because the episode is written by parents who literally cannot perceive the idea that teenagers and young adults will shirk petty attempts to micromanage their lives. And the episode is praised by hyper-conservative crazy people who also cannot fathom that someone would disregard a petty tyrant exerting needless control over their children. And not even being a forbidden love story, it barely qualifies as a regular love story.
Because who said about punishing them? Like, she thinks that punishment is just putting them in a corner? No! They could be ashamed to their family. They could be shunned down by the family. They could be seen as an outcast to their family. Like, Pierre Butter and Granny Smith can be like, oh my god, do you know that my child is hanging out with an apple on a pear? And then the rest of the family will hate them. A punishment doesn't have to be something that happens. It can be something like societal and in family bonds. So yeah, they do have consequences for dating. And Pear Butter does get consequences for dating because she got fucking disowned. If Granny Smith didn't accept her in the family and still shunned her away, Pear Butter would have nobody. Pear Butter was lucky that Granny Smith accepted her in the family, because if she didn't, Pear Butter would have nobody. That's just how it is. So this is why they still kept it a secret, because they could have been fucking disowned, and this is what happens to Pear Butter. Did you watch the episode, Lily?
Despite the branding, this is not a story about Applejack's parents. It's a story about Applejack's mother. Bright Mac is ultimately a stock character. His model is pretty much Big Macintosh recolored like Apple Bloom, and he ultimately affects very little of the actual story.
There we go.
They ultimately cheaped out and used the adult model for what is supposed to be a teenage Bright Mac, yet actually went and made a teenage model for Pear Butter. Pear Butter not only
Pear Butter's model is actually Fluttershy's model. Yeah, Pear Butter also changed her name. This is why nobody figured out she was a pear in the first place, because everyone called her how was the name in English? I got a name in French, but I don't have a name in English. But yeah, her name was changed. This is why nobody knew she was a pear. And that a cutie mark was just a pear jam. Which looks exactly like apple jam. So nobody figured out she was a pear. Buttercup, okay. So yeah, pear butter became Buttercup. And then was accepted in the apples because besides Granny Smith and Bright Mac, nobody knew she was a pear.
Has a unique design that makes her stand out from the other characters, but she's the one who goes through the actual story. She's the epicenter of the story's conflict. She's the one who gets most of the character development, and she's the one who ultimately makes the hard decision and has to give something up. Personally, I hate this episode because it's fucking boring.
She gave something up because this is how it happens. She tried to argue with Grandpere that, well, the Harpers are my family now, and that's Grandpere that gives her up. It's just that the apples and the pears are not copies of each other. Granny Smith accepts pear butter, Grandpere doesn't accept Bright Mac, so he leaves. Pear butter doesn't give up on something. This is just what happens. This is Grandpere that gives up on pear butter. Yeah, we see both of the sides. We see how it affects Bright Mac and how it affects pear butter. It's just that the apples and the pear are not exactly like each other.
Boring, but Pear Butter herself honestly deserved a better story for herself. That last scene where she basically tells her father that her decision is made and he can either accept that or go away is, well, actually pretty fucking powerful considering how many cartoons are aggressively telling children that family is everything and you shouldn't cut ties with family if they're cruel to you. It's honestly the one saving grace the
Can I say this is personal stuff? Because I personally don't remember that in any kids cartoon that I've watched. Yeah, I do know some cartoons and movies that are like, well, your family can sometimes have tradition and whatever, so you can't hold everything about it, but yeah. I don't care. I want the bingo to be done. I want everything to be cursed. Not that I will reset it for every reaction, or else it will be full by the end of the stream, but yeah. Let's see. I don't think we'll be able to get a bingo on this review, but it's okay.
episode has, that it actually took a stand on this kind of treatment from family. That when Pear Butter was given the ultimatum between her husband and her father, she chose the people who weren't asking her to make that sacrifice in the first place, and then stuck to her decision to the point that she never saw her father again after this. And the only time the kids learned about their family was when Grandpere finally decided that his petty hatred wasn't worth it. In any other show, Pear Butter,
which is something that happens in real life. This is something that happens, Lily. Sometimes someone will disown someone from the family, and when they are old and it's too late, they realize that they fucked up and try to fix whatever they can. I would say this also teach kids about forgiveness. Do you have to forgive your family? No. But should you at least try to forgive your family if they show clear signs of improvement and as they try to make things up like Grandpere is doing? Like, I don't have any personal experience about it, but I got disowned and disowned my own father because he was an abusive asshole. But let's say that hypothetically, he shows clear sign of changing and tries to make things up with me. I would give him a chance. Because I believe in people changing. And this episode showed me and gave me hope that it can happen. So does it get hope to my boyfriend, because we watched it together today. It gave hope to my boyfriend that his own father would probably own up to it and try to apologize. Yeah. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I need a glass of water. My throat is super dry. I need a glass of water. Be back in 2 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Hi. I got some water and took a little break. But yeah, let's go. Let's go, let's continue to surfer. Hi, I don't know if there are new people while I was gone. Didn't seem like it. But hi, if there are new people. I don't know. Alright, we didn't even make it through the first video, and I really want to die. And we have we have 3 other videos to take care of after this one. Oh, hi Absol. Oh, this brings me a little bit of joy and whimsy in my world. I get something good to look at for a bit of time. But yeah, I really want to die. Anyway, let's go, let's continue.
Would have been pressured to reconnect even though it's not her fault that she's estranged in the first place. All the conflict, all the sacrifice, and all the hard decisions are ultimately Pear Butter's to make, while Bright Mac stands in the distance being eye candy. And she only...
Because Bright Mac doesn't have the problem Pear Butter has, which is... Bright Mac could have had this decision to make because he didn't know how Granny Smith would react. He was just lucky that Granny Smith wasn't like Gwen Pear, and that she was more accepting than Gwen Pear. That once they got married, once they got wed, that she was like, well, she's family now, and she witnessed Gwen Pear abandon his daughter, and she probably was like, no, I'm not going to do that for my son. And Granny Smith probably realized that they went too far with this family war. So yeah. Pear Butter has just worse circumstances than Bright Mac. That's something that happens in real life too. Circumstances are something different.
He has to make these decisions because of a petulant, whining, ineffectual tantrum being thrown by Smith and Pear themselves. It's her that has to realize that this feud between Smith and Pear isn't her problem to inherit. And while I would consider that a good story if it was the main focal point, as it stands, it simply reinforces the fact that Bright Mac and Pear Butter really have nothing in common. Throughout the episode, Pear Butter shows to have a great deal of interest from baking to playing music, and all Bright Mac ever does is gallop and stare at a teenager's ass. This romance ultimately...
First off, you don't have to make it sexual, yet again. And second off, sometimes there are couples that are totally opposite, because Bright Mac shows interest in music, because when she takes out the guitar, he'll literally be like, oh, you got me a guitar, but I don't know how to play, but he already started to try and play it. So maybe they've started to learn together. Yeah, and also, as the episode says, Eve works and takes care of a farm. He doesn't have enough time for hobbies. Like, this is what it said in the episode. When he doesn't work on the farm, the little bit of free time he has, he spends it at the pier to fix his own mistakes that he made. He only spends the little bit of free time he has with Pear Butter. And it shows interest in music, so saying that they have nothing in common is not watching the episode, because you can very easily headcanon that they started to learn music together and that she taught Bright Mac music. Because again, this is only 20 minutes long, we don't really have a lot of time to flesh them out. We don't know if they have nothing in common. We know that they both love flowers, because that's how they bonded for the first time. That's how he called her Buttercup, because he used a buttercup flower to show, you know, the thing that when you put it on your neck, it glows. So I can really say that they both like flowers, they both like music. And Pear Butter seemed to be interested in Bright Mac being a sportsman. So maybe she likes sports, and she likes watching her boyfriend do sports. You know, I could literally say 3 things they have in common, just from the top of my head. They also like drawing, because they exchange drawings, so they both like to draw. There you go, 4 things they have in common. Flowers, music, sports, and drawing. And they of course both love their farm very much. So yeah, there's 5 things in common that I could cite off the top of my head. You suck at your job, lady.
Amounts to Pear Butter saying they're the perfect pair, yet little of what we're actually shown reinforces that. I'm not saying shallow romance is necessarily a bad thing, fucking god.
She says that she posts literally the scene where they exchange drawing that Bright Mac sends her a drawing of herself, and she replies by adding a drawing of himself. Like, Bright Mac sent Pear Butter a drawing of her, so she replies by sending back the drawing where she added Bright Mac in, and both the drawing have the same type of quality, which shows that they're both good at art. And so they shared this passion, and he knew that she was going to send it back with the doodle added of himself. So that shows they are, so even in Lily's own words, they have at least one thing in common, because it shows literally the scene that they share the passion and love for drawing.
I can't throw stones in that regard, but it irks me that people call this a well-developed, realistic relationship when really their relationship ultimately amounts to broadcasting how heterosexual they are. Let me be blunt.
What the fuck does this even mean? What the fuck does this even mean? No, I'm sorry. I know that she probably went right next, right after that, but what the fuck do you mean by that? It only shows how heterosexual they are. I'm sorry. I'm just so baffled that someone could say that. Like, if I spin this around, if I said, this isn't a great written couple, this is just written and it shows just how homosexual they are. The main focus is really because they are gay. So everyone would call me an homophobic asshole, which it would be right. So you don't get to say that about straight people either. And I'm someone that thinks that for equality you need true equality. You cannot, like, protect one side and go against the other, no matter the history behind it. If you want equality, you need to fight for equality and not, try to bring down the other side. Anyway, I'm rambling out of something unrelated.
Here. If Pear Butter had married the character she had a lot more chemistry with, the shallowness and skeleton.
One, they're best friends. Two, they don't really have chemistry. This is just what fetish is showing again, Lily. They are best friends. Not every best friends goes into lovers. You can have chemistry and still stay friends. I would say that, yes, they have a lot of chemistry, but, this can also be platonic.
Skeletal nature of their relationship would have been pointed out by everybody, even though it would now no longer be shallow and skeletal because the two characters have more in common. That montage of Pear Butter helping Mrs. Cake with her recipes and helping her build her business, that's the kind of thing she needed with Bright Mac. The kind of personal connection
which they got. We see them sharing their love with flowers in the scene that they met. We see them sharing their love for drawing with the birds scene. We see their love for dancing because they dance together far apart. We see their love for music when she starts to sing. And not only Bright Mac loves the song, but he also showed an interest in learning music. So we do have these scenes, Lily. You just close your eyes and probably watch stuff about sisters fucking, whatever, I don't know.
Connection and closeness that two people who are supposedly having been dating since childhood should have. It might seem small, but it's such a crucial element to have, even just that small, tiny scene of them bonding over something. Ultimately,
we have that, as I say, we see them bonding over the song, we see them bonding over art, we see them dancing together, we see them bonding over the flowers. Like, oh my god, I'll stop bringing it up. I'm sorry, I'll stop bringing it up.
Ultimately, Pear Butter has a more deep and nuanced relationship with someone in a tiny montage than she does with the person she's being shipped with the entire episode that spans their whole lives. And people say this is a love story for the ages, that it's a well-written and nuanced relationship that's established over time, even though one character gets all the development, they're never shown doing anything together of any substance, and all the actual work and sacrifices in the relationship are being done by one person while the other doesn't have to give up anything. That's not a love story. That's the last 3 years I spent with my abusive fiance.
Unrated personal. I said this is an how did we get here moment. Wait, no, as an abuse victim. There you go. Let's see, is there anything else? I would say insulted those that likes it, because she's basically saying that if you liked it, you like abusive relationships, which is not true in the slightest. There you go.
I literally had this kind of relationship with someone, and it was horrible. And this kind of shallow, vapid bullshit, where one person's sacrifices and development are stated to be belonging to both of them, is the exact opposite of a well-written relationship. It's not even the kind of self-indulgent, shallow romance where you more care about a cute couple being in love than anything else. It's just bad. Bad shit being passed off as a realistic relationship just because it's fucking hetero. The idea that this boring
Is it just wrong? Oh no, did I already tick? Yeah, no, I already ticked that. So, yeah.
empty, vapid excuse for a love story is supposed to be the best episode of an almost 10-year cartoon ever written, especially when It Ain't Easy Being Breezy still exists, and is a much more complete and satisfying story, is quite frankly nonsense. But at this point I'm desensitized to the idea that cartoon fandoms are—
Consider you made a whole rant about this, I want to say you're desensitized to this. I don't know, something doesn't click here. Oh, I'm desensitized to it, make some whole fucking video about it.
are full of empty-headed, insecure dipshits who are more concerned with the superficial trappings of maturity than entertainment value, story structure, or actual maturity. And you know what? You know this already. The Perfect Pair sucks, and this was why.
Okay, so let's see. Oh, fuck. We don't get... I was said shitting on the creator because she brings up Law Enforced. And it's like, ah, she's not here, so we shouldn't care about what she say. We don't have any transfers, we don't have tardigrades, we don't have ancestors being brought up, which is honestly pretty rare. Not racism. She didn't say that. Not talk about not talk about weaves. Yeah, we don't have a bingo on this. Okay, that's one thing down. No, 3 more. Alright. I'm going to remove everything. And let's go! Top 10 best, worst, blendest episode of MLP. I'm scared.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Skip.
Well, shit. I guess I brought this on myself, didn't I? I said I'd do a final top 10 episodes of MLP when the series concluded, and now I'm stuck with it. You all know my feelings on most of these episodes, so I shouldn't need to go too in-depth. So let's get through this super fast. This is the top 10 best.
I would say that this, if you watch my previous video about, if you're going to do a top 10, I'll just explain broad strokes why. Hi, which Pokemon are you playing? I'm interested. Which Pokemon are you playing? Please give me something else to think about. I need a distraction. Come on, Sloppy. I need a distraction. Tell me which Pokemon you're playing. Oh. I don't know about it. I hope you have fun. Yeah, honestly, Black and White is, like, for me, the best generation. I know that's a basic as take, but I still stand by it. I love Black and White. I'm actually currently doing a Nuzlocke on it. Anyway.
Worst and blandest episodes of Friendship is Magic.
Whatever happens, it is going to be perfect.
Yeah, I'm gonna be that bitch today. Spike at Your Service is hated by bronies because it features a kid being clumsy and dumb when overwhelmed by enthusiasm, but that's exactly why I like it. Spike's enthusiasm in this episode is absolutely adorable. I love this boy so much. He's valid. He's terrible, but he's valid. A lot of bronies are just pissy about a kid being a kid. Bronies in general have a lot of bad takes throughout the years, but rather than judge an episode on its merits, they look for extremely surface-level traits to declare an episode as good.
That's you, Lily. That's you, Lily. That's you. You look at bare bonus surface level stuff to base your opinion on something. I see. I don't really know much about this episode because I don't personally interact much with the community. So I can't say about the community's response to it, but I never really seen anything wrong with it. Anyway, let's go.
Good or bad, like how they fixate on characters being in character, but rather than that being about characters being in character in a proper sense, it's more about a character not fitting the shallow, one-dimensional version of the character that the fandom has created in their mind that's easier for them to project.
No, I would say that I still agree with the fact that Spike was a lot out of character, because Spike is often shown as a semi, let's say, on a childish level of, what's the word? Of selfishness, there you go. A childish level of selfishness. So seeing Spike being so eager to help Applejack and do all these meaningless tasks were kind of weird, and they just try to explain it with the whole, oh, because I'm a dragon. Yeah, but we had a whole episode that he didn't grow up with dragons, so he doesn't know anything about dragon culture. So bringing up the fact that because he's a dragon that he would help Applejack so much, it doesn't work in the context of the episode. So yeah, I would still say that Spike is out of character in this episode.
Project onto. That's the issue here. It's not that Spike is actually annoying or out of character, it's that he's not the one-dimensional version of himself that bronies created in their head.
I wasn't sure on your position, had to make a judgment call.
Oh boy, do I love traveling to the future to see all the brony headcanons that were made to be real. I think it's safe to say that Friendship is Magic ended with the ending of the end, as that's when everyone's stories reach their conclusion. The last problem is just one big fan servicey lap around the course to canonize two.
And what's wrong with that? Like, I don't see what's supposed to be wrong. I don't see what's supposed to be wrong with that. Is it a fan service episode? Yes. Is it bad that it's a fan service episode? No.
2.5 ships and vaguely gesture in the direction of another, because despite doing fan service, the writers are still too big of cowards to recognize that despite the overflow of white supremacists and neo-Nazis in the brony.
We're doing a combo here. Combo! There you go! Combo! We are so close to having a bingo on this one. But yeah, on one sentence we have literally 3 combos that were made. Would this all be shitting on the creator? No. Blatant lie about the content? Yes. And I would also count how did you get here, because how the fuck do you look at My Little Pony and go white supremacists and Nazis? Like, stay on topic, dude. Also, I use dude as a gender-neutral word. Just like gal. I will call you a dude or a gal no matter what's in your pants. How you see yourself. You're a dude in my eyes. You're a dude if you're a girl. You're a dude if you're a man. You're a dude if you're non-binary. You're a dude if you're whatever. I call you dude.
Fandom, there were a ton more gay ships than there were straight ships. They took the safest, most non-threatening victory lap they could for a victory they had no business claiming.
Because that's how the animation industry works. I still think this was quite revolutionary that we could see Bun Bun and Lyra literally propose to each other and then have a shot with them being married in the newspaper. Like, for something so big as Hasbro and My Little Pony, this is honestly a huge win. I would say that this episode helped. Yeah, we see Bon Bon and Lyra propose to each other. Hang on, I'm going to try to see if someone made a PNG out of that. Did someone make something? Yeah. Hang on. I feel like we need something to rest our eyes. So I'm going to put something. Hang on. Cute. I'm just quite cute. There you go. We need something cute to look what she says, whatever. And also as a reminder. This is literally screen cap from the show. This is what happens.
Long assumed this show would go out with a decaying gasp for breath, and I was right.
Why'd Kiki and Viola put you in the pony show?
Did you remember that Pinky is codependent and so emotionally delicate that being told to stop something that's making her friends miserable makes her have a complete and total breakdown into depression until her friends give in and just let her continue making them miserable so they don't have to deal with her perpetual guilt trip? No? Well, here's Yakety Sax to remind you, a completely rancid story from start to finish and a dark omen of things to come. None of us are safe. There is no hope.
You really are good.
I don't remember that episode well, but doesn't Pinky refuse to learn the saxophone? So that she's bad at it, and everyone is like egging on her because she's bad at it, but she refuses to actually practice. And at the end of the episode, it's basically like, you know, that they shouldn't stop her just because she's bad at something, but also that she should also be mindful of the people she bothers. I haven't really watched the episode in a long while, but that's how I remember it. Like it's a lesson for both of them. One for her that she should practice in better ways, and in places that she can bother everyone else, and that she cannot just do fuck all every time, anywhere. And for her friends that they shouldn't stop her from doing something just because she's bad at it. I know. Don't keep my words for it because I don't really remember the episode well.
Getting into this.
Pinky being slapped upside the head and told to stop being an emotionally needy asshole is one thing the show really needed more of, as the series has a big problem of Pinky moping until her friends come and coddle her insecurities. But Pinky getting all of that and
Pinky is shown to be quite dependent on herself. It's just that it's literally a character trait that she needs to know that her friends are happy, and if she has doubts that her friends are happy, well, she's not happy herself. That's literally her whole thing. She's not like emotionally manipulative, whatever. She's just extremely hyperactive. And the problem is that if she's not 100% sure her friends are happy, she can't be happy herself. Like, we're shown that a lot of time. This is why she can't be seen as needy or whatever, because I would say she's autistic coded because she doesn't really know how the people express happiness besides the broad smiles and stuff. You can't say it's annoying, but you cannot say that's bad character, because there are people that are like this because they cannot, detect emotions if it's not how they know how it is. But she's also shown to be quite understanding, and that she knows how to deal with her own family. That she's aware that the family doesn't smile much, but she knows how to work around the family because it's literally a family. She left because she lost parties and that her family lives far away from society, so she went into society in Ponyville. But she still has a good relationship with her family.
learning to not judge someone so harshly when all they're doing is correcting you on minor things makes the episode a lot more valuable than that. I don't think it's said enough, but while habits like Mudbrier's might be a little annoying or off-putting, he's not actually doing anything wrong, so maybe look inside yourself and why you're so afraid of being wrong that you get so angry when you're corrected.
Isn't that what happens in the episode itself? Isn't that what Pinky learns at the end of the episode? That just because someone does something not in the way you like, does that mean that they're a bad person and you should actually look at yourself and improve on yourself to be able to be better with others? Isn't that the whole point of the episode? You're literally doing a critique that happens in the episode. Do I have something for that? I don't think I have something for that. Oh well.
That I could use a massage.
Twilight turning into an alicorn is cool. Rapid fire musical numbers is Please Kill Me Now and End My Torment. Oh, I'm sorry. You wanted a proper critique? Well, I wanted a proper episode. Looks like we both get to suffer.
Were the other planes dumping?
Shut up. I am not a fan of musical episodes. I think we can both agree on that, Lily. I am not a fan of musical episode. But I'm not going to say, oh, this musical episode sucks because it's a musical episode. Like, I know I really don't like musical episodes, so I would still say, I personally think that Magical Mystery Cure was okay. I don't really have a lot of thoughts about it. I'm quite neutral on it. It's not a good episode, but it's not a bad episode either. It's just a meh episode in my eyes. But there was still like a foreshadowing for it. So this is why I still like it, because it was foreshadowed that Celestia had bigger plans for Twilight up since season 2.
Cargo? Jesus!
I hope you like continuity, because otherwise this 2-part finale is gonna bore you to tears. Oh, what's that? You're a kid? Yeah, you're fucked. Shadowplay is one of the biggest nattiers the show could ever get into. A big continuity-laden mess that built up a ton of needless mystery, only to then end in the way that the last several finales had ended, with the antagonist deciding, okay, I am a good guy now, and everyone else just taking that at face value. Because you know what they say, if Starlight was a base-breaking character the first time, surely the 5th time ought to work.
I always feel...
Please, that was shown that he was never a bad person. It was kind of on the, I forgot the name in English, but like on the heroes, that they casted him aside because he had no special powers, but he was as important as the rest. And that is his jealousy and the abandonment from the others that grew and made him able to be controlled by the Shadow Pony. Yeah, exactly. This is not the perfect way to tackle the issue, but it's not just, oh, he decided to be good now. He was always good. He was never an evil person, just his jealousy and the corruption of the Shadow Pony that twisted his mind. And when Twilight managed to enter his mind, he was like, wait, I don't want any of this, actually. I agree that this is not the best episode, and I really didn't really like it, besides the Shadow Pony that has an awesome design. I really love the Shadow Pony. But, yeah, the critic doesn't really work here.
Feels good to kick ass.
I know what you're thinking. Lily Orchard putting a Starlight episode on the best list, thine swine doth fly. Well, I must remind you that I praised this before. I shouldn't even need to explain the more nuanced reasons it's good. This episode finally shows Starlight doing something she should have done for every moment she was on screen in the series. Suffer. Starlight runs herself ragged to keep her rage bottled up from Trixie's bullshit and makes herself miserable in the process. And then after the schadenfreude is over, we get a lesson about properly expressing your anger, which children need and bronies desperately need. Anger is a healthy emotion, kids. And just like All Bottled Up, Sound of Silence talks about the importance of healthy anger and how anger isn't an emotion to be feared. 2 episodes that tap Silverquill on the head and goes, "You listening, you little coward." These days, people are browbeaten into believing that anger is a horrible, evil, vile emotion that renders everything you say invalid because it might make some guy uncomfortable to be yelled at when he's doing something shitty to you. So anything that reinforces the idea that your rage is justified and not to be feared will only be a positive thing for kids.
Damn it, why won't you die?
This is honestly a great review, Lily. Too bad that you literally showed that you don't know what good anger is. It is literally by saying that you like this episode just because Starlight suffers, which means you get enjoyment from someone suffering just because you don't like them. That's not healthy anger, Lily. That's not good anger, Lily. So maybe you should rewatch this episode. if you want to know, if you know so much about good anger, maybe you should express it.
Nothing like the worst antagonist to round out the blandest list. Compared to a lot of Starlight's later bullshit, the cutie map is arguably quaint, a cartoonish dictator fantasy that some charity cases in the audience took to mean communism because they said equality a whole lot, and through that brain fart then proceeded to claim the episode was a lot more deep and nuanced than it actually was. In reality, this is one of the most blatantly black and white situations ever. A cartoonish, one-dimensional villain that would make King Sombra look like Zuko by comparison.
This crew sucks.
Zuko is from Avatar, isn't he? Ah, God, I don't have anything about Avatar. I was still say unsalted those that likes this.
Oh boy, somebody got salty. I think after Teen Titans Go did it.
I just realized that we're more than 5 minutes in and we don't have any reference to Steven Universe. I'm starting to worry.
Every creator's been trying really hard to get that snipe at the critics in, but what made Teen Titans Go unique was that the criticism it was sniping against was the nonsensical bullshit lie that the original was this super serious dramedy. It's just that once in a while, things would get kinda heavy, and so people assumed that was always the case. MLP had more conventional criticisms, like too many plot lines being repeated, too many ideas being overused, some ideas being boring, and only occasionally would the criticism actually be delusional, like Rarity being unlikable because, oh, the nerve, which is just classic tone policing. All famous
There's actually a lot of people that dislike Rarity for this. On the early episodes, I disliked Rarity, and she only managed to be likable to me in the later seasons. But I used to not like Rarity. So, yeah, Lily, there's actually a lot of people that would say that about Rarity.
What Misfortune did was showcase the pride of the writers, who were very clearly incensed that a small portion of the audience they had erroneously pandered to weren't happy with every single thing they've ever made. They even sniped at criticisms they had actually acted on and corrected already. What salty bastard ordered this episode?
I'll remember.
Oh, it's already put. It's already here. Oh.
For this one.
It's a damn shame that this episode got overshadowed by the heteronormative pair, because Fluttershy...
Please, shut up other pairs. Do I have... I should have put heterophobia or something. Oh wait, this can work. This can work.
Being excited at the prospect of weird, chaotic tea parties is the most delightful concept that perfectly suits My Little Pony, and the lesson about not trying to adhere to some idea of normal is absolutely wonderful. The thing is, kids, your friends are your friends for a reason. You don't have to impress them, they already like you, and if they don't, well, I guess they're not your friends, are they? Also, you can summarize the third act of this episode as Fluttershy wants her kinky boyfriend back, and that makes me happy.
That wasn't much of a fight.
Twilight...
I should have put sexual innuendos in my bingo. I should have put sexual innuendos. I'm getting terrified with it. I'm a lewd and horny motherfucker, but even I wouldn't do that kind of shit.
It learns the art of bureaucracy, and the song goes on too long. I remember a time when this was considered the greatest thing since Tummy Rubs entirely on the basis that there's a really long song in the episode. Musical numbers are old hat now, and there have been both better and worse examples, but Winter Wrap-Up is one of those songs that repetitively cycles through the chorus for about 80% of its runtime. It's not even a good song, it just burrows into your brain. The episode itself is mostly about Twilight failing to help because she's been arbitrarily banned from using her magic and decides to just get this pack of yokels organized. Nothing is lost from just skipping this. Just saying.
Couldn't fight worse shit. At least give me a challenge.
Well, to be perfectly honest, in my humble opinion, of course, without offending anyone who thinks differently from my point of view, but also by looking into this matter in a different perspective and without being condemning of one's view and by trying to make it objective and by considering each and everyone's value.
Before she continues speaking, I'm scared. Do I have the right to say that I'm already scared because I know she's about to say the most idiotic thing that ever came out of a human's being mouth.
Valid opinion. I honestly believe that I completely forgot what I was going to say.
I'm always on when it...
There you go. Total waste of time for everyone involved. I don't have anything about time wasting.
counts.
I'm pairing these two because they're basically the same episode and they're both very good. Mysterious Mare Duel is a very good episode about the importance of understanding how your friends work and teaching them to check themselves in the most effective way possible. That was inexplicably pilloried by bronies due to an incorrect perception of the character in question being out of character and the other characters not being as soft and gentle as they would have preferred. Heaven forbid we bruise Dash's ego after all. Likewise with 28 Pranks Later, a really good episode about Dash getting a taste of her own medicine that was unnecessarily pilloried by bronies because, well, Dash isn't like my headcanon. But the episode
there we go. And as soon as I liked it, yeah.
is good, teaches a good lesson about how cruelty begets cruelty and that one shouldn't be a dick, and bronies who didn't like either of these episodes can choke.
Someone had better buy me a drink.
I keep pronouncing the name of this episode as Feely Vanilli because when you've been doing this job as long as I have, you need to make things interesting for yourself somehow, especially when you have to watch Feely fucking Vanilli at some point. Thankfully, the last Fluttershy is Shy episode to have ever been made before Fluttershy started having all the best episodes in the series, and yet it went down with a squealing last gasp as Fluttershy's anxiety went from repetitive to goddamn get this poor woman some fucking medicine already. The only good thing
and shitting on mental health issues. Fluttershy has anxiety. That's just a character trait. You don't really get rid of that. You can help with it, and this is literally the episode in which she gets help about her anxieties and learns how to tackle them. So like, what are you even critiquing here? You're literally shitting on something that is resolved in the episode itself. I want to die.
thing to come out of Feely Vanilli is that the writers finally decided to do something else with this poor girl.
I've already played in traffic, remember?
You know, it's crazy that Friendship is Magic spent years letting adults get away with massive war crimes just because they have a sad backstory and cried about it, but then put a child in hell and then encased her in rock entirely on the basis that she didn't feel remorse. I get the feeling something is wrong with Equestria's judicial system if a half-baked melodramatic ContraPoints apology is the best way to avoid being taken to court. You'd think eventually you just flood the stroking Twilight's ego-based economy and cause a recession, and I guess it technically did. The writers even admitted they just wanted this to be a surprise, subverting expectations purely for the sake of subverting expectations, a trend that has infected a lot of the entertainment industry these days, and it even commits the cardinal sin of villain writing by trying to write a manipulator but being so backed into a corner by your own shitty ideas you just flat out make everyone else dumb as hammers. Oh, but she wasn't redeemed, Lily. What, am I supposed to congratulate the show for doing the bare minimum?
Bitch.
I have nothing to say, really. I agree with some of the points, but I would say she's too aggressive about it. Like, it's cheating. I would say cheating on the creator. And yeah. And there's some good points in what she's saying, but it's, most of it's just like, my opinion is just not the show to say that.
I'm gonna go drop the CND right now.
Still think I'm just a pretty face?
There's a lot of important lessons that children's shows seem to tacitly avoid trying to teach because they're made by socially maladjusted charity cases, and self-care tops that list. A Health of Information is one of those episodes that I would put into a collection of MLP episodes that are actually worth watching in order to cut down on the bloat. Not only does it teach a proper lesson about self-care and its personal and
There's already in season 1 there's a lesson about self-care with the episode where Applejack overworks herself and that she should accept help because one person cannot do all the workload that she has. I would say this is still a self-care episode because Applejack was setting his health aside. So like, this is not the only self-care episode of the show.
Pragmatic value, but it also showcases how lore can be used to complement a story rather than overstay its welcome, as Fluttershy attempts to piece together a mystery to save her friend from certain doom. It's such an earnest and endearing episode, and I just can't help but be taken in by it. Even Twilight's weird flippancy, while clearly heavy-handed to push the self-care themes, doesn't bother me as much as it normally would because it all pays off in the end. Good and valid food. More, please. Oh wait, the show's over. More of this for Gen 5, please.
Here's a tip. This ain't love!
Hey, guess what? We made a romance story. Cool. Is it actually romantic? Ah, fuck, I knew we forgot something. The perfect pair is peak heterosexual nonsense. Hey, I know we don't have anything in common and I have a much more realistic relationship with someone else than I do with you, but we did glance at each other's directions when we were children, so I guess we may as well get married. Some people actually think this is the best episode of the series. Can you imagine the kind of person you'd have to be for that?
Just lay still and make—
We went through an hour of me saying why this sucks, but Let's see. No.
Maybe we'll both live.
In direct contrast to Griffin the Brush-Off, On the Road to Friendship presents the idea that if your friend sells your home even though it doesn't belong to her and for some reason doesn't see any issue with that, then, you know, just like, get over it. Over the last few years, there have been a worrying trend in children's cartoons where abuse and toxicity are romanticized and treated like something that can make a friendship or relationship stronger. And I just want to know, who hurt these people?
Good girls.
This is hyperbolic, Lily. I don't really remember this episode well, so I won't speak too much about it. But this is hyperbolic for children to understand better.
Kick ass.
You know, I probably should have led with Griffin the Brush-Off, but this kind of episode wouldn't be made today, where a toxic bully is cut out of a friendship simply because they're a toxic bully. An episode that Hasbro seems ashamed to have made, considering that the entire latter half of the series was one big attempt to unteach this lesson. And honestly, I think it's a generational thing. People my age seem to have a really hard time cutting out toxic relationships. They get so comfortable even when a relationship is going horribly that they're very resistant to the idea that a friendship needs to end, as if that means they failed in some way.
Oh, this is an easy ticked. I should have guessed.
Like they have to stick around to prove to someone that they're not a failure. Kids, adults, teenagers, everyone watching this, you're not a failure for ending a toxic relationship. It's not failing to expect better for yourself and want to be happy. I feel like you needed someone to tell you that.
Couldn't last any longer than that.
Chrysalis is the Darth Maul of Star Wars, constantly brought back long after serving her.
Well, I know this is technically a tongue twisting, but I still take it. Because why the fuck would you say Star Wars?
Her usefulness as a character because she was a fan favorite and then twisted and mutated into this dancing monkey to be trotted out to make bronies cream themselves. The Mean Six and everything else Chrysalis has appeared in has served as a lesson in that not every character needs to return. I know you want it, but do you need it? It's like when people say Adagio should get a redemption. If she did, she wouldn't be Adagio anymore. So, like, don't.
Here comes the brat again.
Whether you look at the Wonderbolts as a sports team or a military organization, the idea that falling in line and accepting being hazed as a tradition is a nonsensical delusion pushed only by conservative simpletons with no empathy for other human beings.
Let's see. Do I have something? No.
Sports, hazing is not actually permitted, even if that ban isn't enforced. And in the military, hazing isn't a tradition, it's a fucking epidemic. The notion that it brings people closer together has been refuted countless times by many organizations. Hazing is like spanking your kids. Psychologists, professionals, and people with a basic understanding of cause and effect all say it's bad, and conservatives who don't want to accept that they were abused and are abusing others go, ugh, it's not that bad. Why are you all so sensitive? Friendship is Magic had the chance to send a message to children about not tolerating bullying and instead tried to convince them to just grin and bear it because they might be making themselves a target. And I hope whoever wrote it fucking chokes.
Kinsey, I love you.
A few years ago, I would have said a flurry of emotions was just 20 minutes of flurry heart babbling at the camera, but that's not really what it is. It's actually a really soft and sentimental
Oh yeah, go on. Talk about the military. So I just noticed, so yeah. I couldn't talk about it much because I don't really know what it meant. So I decided to just stay quiet because I don't want to say bullshit on something I don't know about. Yeah, like... Isn't like basically your nickname in the military chosen on your most stupidest moment of your life? Like, this is just how it happens, and I guess it's also a way to keep sanity up, like... Yeah, like, this is a way to keep sanity, and Rainbow made the mistake of taking it personally when everyone went through it, and this is just a way to, you know, keep your sanity and see some fun in what you're doing. So, like, yeah, it teaches, like, the moral of the episode is, don't take everything personally. This is literally what the episode is about. Don't take things personally because it happens to other people. And my boyfriend is dancing through the window. What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, this is literally like the episode is about don't take stuff personally. Yeah, they do it to each other all the time. Everyone is doing it. When Bodash will have a chance to banter someone when they are new to the Wonderbolt, and I think she's shown doing that. So like, the episode is not that it's okay to bully or whatever. Is that you shouldn't take stuff personally. This was the moral of the episode. Don't take everything personally because everyone is going through the same thing.
Episode about Twilight learning that it isn't fair to expect Flurry to wait patiently while she goes through an entire day's worth of errands, that she has limits to her patience and it's unreasonable to expect her to behave and sit quietly for an indefinite amount of time. A lesson that a lot of parents really need drilled into their heads, if we're being completely honest.
That has to be embarrassing.
See, I actually agree with that. I don't want kids because I know that I wouldn't be able to raise them well due to my own abuse and just my own mental health and stuff. And just yesterday I was at the doctor's office, and while waiting there were 2 families, in total 5 kids, that were not behaving at all. They were crying, they were yelling, they were doing stuff, they were throwing the toys around. I almost got hit in the head, and it honestly put me in a state of overstimulation, and that happens almost never. Like, I was legit close to tears and just clutching to my boyfriend, and luckily I had my headphones because I could have distracted myself with music. But yeah, like, this is something I actually agree with, Lily. Congrats.
Embarrassing.
Hey, you know the CMC are getting their cutie marks soon. We could dedicate 3 episodes to each one of them learning something about themselves that causes the epiphany that gets them the important thing they've wanted for so long. Yeah, we could do that. Or, and hear me out, we could sing a bunch of crappy songs and give them all the same one that will let us continue recycling their previous stories and clock out early.
That's because that's the point of the episode, Lily. The story is tied together. That's literally the point of the episode, that their story is tied together and that they share the same destiny. We can't have 3 episodes dedicated to each of them because that wouldn't make sense. Like, the episode is literally their destiny is tied together, and this is literally seen as a new thing in the show. As we see Twilight doing a lecture on that, that's the fact that they're as ponies with cutie marks and destiny's tie we've never seen before. So like, just tell me you don't understand the concept of the episode.
You know, Dave, this is why nobody likes you.
Steelport's had enough of this shit! Time for Stag to burn!
Trying to gaslight a young audience into believing that you need to stick by a family who routinely mistreats and humiliates you is my biggest pet peeve in terms of storytelling, and more shows are going this route, which I find to be very disturbing. This kind of blood is thicker than water narrative found in shows like Friendship is Magic and Steven Universe really needs to go away, because it instills some very damaging things in the minds of children.
The thing is that it wasn't done in a place of malice. Rainbow Dash parents were not aware that they were hurting Rainbow Dash, and Rainbow Dash was keeping quiet because she's like, oh well, they're doing it because they're happy with me and I shouldn't hold it against them. But the episode shows a clear lack of communication between Rainbow Dash and her parents. Rainbow Dash never really said anything to explain why she doesn't like her parents doing that, and her parents never really tried to listen to why she was feeling that way. Like, the whole episode is an episode about communication. That's the point of the episode. It's an episode about communication. I don't know what's so wrong with that. Hang on, where's my... hang on, I'm getting a little bit of technical issues. Why? Okay. There you go, I can move again. But yeah, the episode is about communication. So they had to show that.
If your family does not act like a real family, you should not be obligated to treat them as such. You can pick your family. People do it every day, and fuck anyone.
This is actually a good point. Too bad that it doesn't work in the concept of the episode.
Who suggest that you have an obligation to people who treat you poorly. Why should you have to make amends when they clearly don't?
No, that's cool. I was beginning to think you turned all cold bitch on us, honey.
Amending Fences remains one of the more successful attempts at an atonement story, namely because the one doing the atoning is the main character and not some villain of the week immediately after plotting a mass genocide. Amending Fences reminds you of how much better these stories work when the stakes are lower and that there aren't people's lives on the line. Twilight isn't reaching out to Moondancer because the fate of Equestria hangs in the balance. She reaches out because she genuinely feels awful for what she's done and doesn't need motivation beyond that. It's almost like this was a show about interpersonal relationships before new writers tried to turn it into a fucking anime to please the greasy weebs in the back
Okay, there you go.
row.
Honey, you need help.
I find it hilarious that this episode remains the lowest rated episode of Friendship is Magic to this day. Hey, let's do that Celestia and Luna episode people have been begging for. Psych, it's really about Starlight. Oh boy, a premise we already didn't need, and now we extra don't need it. And then its thin veneer of a story still manages to grind to a halt in order to exploit the dream realm to spend the last act on dumbass fan service.
See, nothing to worry about. I got... what's that?
I've already torn into Do Princess a Dream of Magic Sheep and a whole glass of water in several other videos, so I won't bore you by repeating myself here. Suffice to say that the episode goes way too far in trying to portray a guilt complex that it slams face first into depression and self-harm. Both this and Rockhoof in a Hard Place is a prime example of why children's cartoons need to stay in their fucking lane. Because if you're not prepared to tackle a heavy subject, don't touch the heavy subject. Self-harm and suicide, oh, I'm sorry, I mean being turned to stone, which is definitely not analogous to suicide, even though it's treated with the gravity and seriousness of suicide and contains all the tropes of a suicide story.
Because it's for kids! Like, yes, the topic is self-termination and self-harm. This is what the episode is about. But it's for kids, so you can't outright say that. Yeah, exactly, make up your mind. You either want the show to be serious, or you want the show to be just light-hearted fluff. This is for kids, so of course they're not going to outright say, put self-harm or whatever. So I would say that what Luna is doing is self-harm, because she's literally torturing her mind every night because of her guilt. So it's not like a guilt complex. She almost brought the end of the world. I think that's reasonable that she hates herself for it because she regrets it. That's not a guilt complex. This is giving me a headache.
Is not something that needs to be discussed on a show for 6-year-olds about how to interact with other people without getting a shoe in your...
Make up your mind, Ellie. Is the fact that the show is for 6-year-olds a good thing or a bad thing? Like, you literally here saying, oh, the perfect peer is too simple, and then you are saying, oh, this is too hard for children. Make up your fucking mind.
Face. The most likely causes of suicide in any child within My Little Pony's target age demographic is going to be cyberbullying, bigotry, child abuse, or any combination of the three. In fact, the most likely cause is the latter two at the same time. And My Little Pony doesn't seem to be addressing that, and that's the problem. It talks about suicide and self-harm, but the most common causes of suicide and self-harm are left vague and esoteric, and you cannot do that because suicide and self-harm are fucking symptoms, and you can't talk about a symptom without talking about the disease. But the show chickens out of that. If you're not willing to tackle the heavy subject, don't touch the heavy subject.
Because these episodes are made to see like symptoms of it. Like if you see someone acting like Rockhoof or like Luna, they may have issues and you should try to talk to them. Of course they won't be bringing up cyberbullying and all that bullshit because My Little Pony is a semi-medieval fantasy world. Anyway, enough about that.
Stay in your fucking lane, asshole.
I'm still the best. Was it too much for you?
Nothing knocks it from the top spot, ever. I've gushed about this episode a lot because it really is just that good. I find a lesson in firmness and how often being nice can hurt just as much as it can help is so nuanced and so necessary. There are grown-ass adults who think that you need to be soft and coaxing to get someone to listen to you. Hell, the entire dirtbag left is built on this idea, at least where neo-Nazis are concerned, but that's not true.
Yep. Oh, already. I was about to take like nosy Let's see, do I have anything else? No. Oh wait, I didn't think as an abuse victim because she did bring it up.
Sometimes you run into people who just won't fucking listen, and they need a different approach. Sometimes you have to be nice. Sometimes you have to roar at a bitch. And this was a lesson that Friendship is Magic kept applying with Fluttershy all the time.
There's no way that we can get in the zone because the zone sounds like a horrible place since we are terrible at football and we are going to lose and let everybody down and we don't want to play anymore!
Figure if we use some rope and elbow grease, we can make it up half.
Applejack! Can you please listen to me?
I was always critical of the fact that Fluttershy was learning the same lesson over and over and over again in the first couple of seasons, and I've also been vocal in my belief that the show's best episodes came from Fluttershy after the writers stopped doing that. When they started having Fluttershy retain information, build on ideas presented beforehand, always advance in the lesson, and apply assertiveness in different scenarios. It Ain't Easy Being Breezy's was the first instance of that, and it's so valuable and important. People talk a lot about how cartoons can be so much more than mindless entertainment, and they often mean being more like Avatar when they say that. But to me, this is what being so much more looks like. Friendship is Magic had a lot of problems, but when it was good, it was really good.
This wasn't one of your best ideas, hon.
I can't imagine whatever went through Hasbro's head to decide that a love letter to the fandom was ever necessary. Love letters to a fandom are never necessary or advised. Slice of life only became laughable as the years went on and the Brony fandom slowly eroded into a pit.
I see, something I've realized with Lily is that she seems to be shitting on fan bases and fandoms a lot, even her own fans. No, this is something I just noticed. That she's like, oh, you don't owe your fans anything. Which is true to some point, but you can still make a fan services thing sometimes, or like, you know, interact in a nice way with your fans. If you don't want fans, just don't do something public, you dipshit.
Of pedophiles and white supremacists swallowing their own self-satisfied jizz. In 2020, if someone said, let's make an episode full of things bronies like, the only logical answer to that would be, how did you get in my office, Rebecca?
I'm gonna find you and put a bullet in that inflated fucking head of yours.
You know, I talk about intent versus execution a lot. I feel this episode is where it's most applicable, because Dragon Dropped could have been a really good episode concept had the writer not made every single decision they made in the process. In theory, this is an episode about Rarity having to accept that her boy slave has other things to do in his life except wait on her hand and foot. In practice, this is an episode about Rarity stalking and obsessing over a minor. And that's not me reaching. A lot of the shots, framing, and the way Rarity is animated in the presentation of the entire fucking episode carries so much of that undercurrent that I half expected Mike Henry to have a guest cameo.
Spike! Oh, Spike! I am so sorry. Oh, I am sorry, Spike. I know.
Besides the obvious switch, this is never shown to be a good thing. Like, I don't even know what Lily's point is. Oh, Rarity is bad because she's doing this and it's bad and it's shown that it's bad. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's the point of the episode. And I guess this can still be a lesson for kids that if someone has these reactions towards you, this is not normal and you should talk about it. I know. I need to rush through this episode because I'm going to eat soon. So yeah.
Oh, but now I have to share him.
This is what I mean when I talk about writers checking their shit. Because there's one clip where Rarity is making this face while offering Spike tickets to a convention, and this episode aired only a short while after it turned out that pedophiles were working at BronyCon. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Would it have been that much effort to drop this into Final Cut, slice that part out, and re-render it before the episode aired? Probably not. You know what else wouldn't have taken much effort? Going back over the storyboards and thinking, hey, maybe we should consider toning down Rarity's creepy obsession and dramatics. It isn't just that it looks bad out of context, it's worse in context because Rarity is trying to cut Spike off from other friends so that she can have him all to herself. And much of her behavior reeks of, hey kid, I've got candy, hop in my van. This is
which is shown as a bad thing in the episode. Like, the episode is not pro whatever. It shows that this is not normal behavior and it's made to teach kids, hey, this is not normal and you should call out people that do that.
Extremely similar to the way kids get groomed. It's similar to a lot of the ways the Brony fandom has groomed kids. It's similar to the way I was groomed. Too similar.
Oh, go on. Whoop. Whoop. We've got
Suspiciously
so many
similar.
bingos.
Hey, remember this clip?
We just went over that he is a child.
So?
What are the She is a grown-up.
And?
And he's a little kid. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a grown-up, he's a little boy. It's not appropriate.
Where did they go? Because I
Yeah, Verity does get called out for it. In the whole episode, and at the end, it's literally, hey, what you're doing is really creepy and really wrong. You should stop doing that. So Lily is critiquing Verity's bad behavior on an episode where she's called out for her behavior. Find the logic in that.
miss them. Friendship is Magic got really lazy as the seasons went on and pushed a lot of toxic shit. But that right there is the fucking nadir of some asshole who simply could not be bothered to check his own fucking work for 2 fucking minutes. Of a production team
Lily.
who didn't once stop and think, hang on, what the fuck are we doing? I give Steven Universe a lot of crap.
There we go. There we go.
For this, but at least Stevani and Steg were creepy in a, oh, the metaphors don't mix well together and the framing is really fucking weird and nobody gave a shit because anime reference kind of way. But this is just blatant and in your face. I thought we'd reach the worst for that when they made a reference to fucking body pillows, but apparently I was wrong. Little life lesson for Josh Haber. When you are the writer of a show for small children that interacts with the brony fandom as much as it does, you cannot be this fucking tone deaf. They
literally called Verity out for this behavior. So yes, this episode is needed because it literally says, hey, this is not a normal behavior. Don't stay around people that are like this. This episode is literally teaching kids about grooming in a sensical way. I would agree that Rarity is not the good character to pick that trope because, like, I believe this is quite kind of out of character for Rarity to do that. But at the same time, I don't really have any other idea for another character they could have picked. So sadly, Verity was just the best pick for this time, for this type of trope.
No, you fucking know better, you bastard. And with that, we're done. We're done. It's finally over. The long-standing professional obligation is over, and I can move on with my fucking life. Okay, real talk. My career really kicked off when I started covering this show. It's how I built most of my audience and secured gainful employment for myself. But almost from the moment I started, I was always keeping in mind how I was going to phase it out when the show inevitably ended. I wanted to be able to move on easily, and so I built my content less around the MLP fandom and more around building my own. It's one of the reasons that among so-called MLP analysis channels, I was always the least in tune with the community. I had friends in the community very briefly, but I didn't do a lot of collaborations or group projects as was standard at the time, and I built my material around writing critique and critical thinking rather than fandom content. This was I was always among the more vilified in the group, because I wasn't actively placating the biggest channels with the biggest egos. In fact, I often tore apart their work when I was talking about bad criticism. I never really vibed with the rest of the community because I was building my own, and it paid off because starting off later than everyone else, I quickly surpassed most of the other channels in terms of audience size and revenue, with only KP really ahead of me in any meaningful capacity. And I point this out because I always went out of my way to disregard the algorithm. I avoided the things that would get me fast subscribers. I refused to partake in behaviors that were considered the standard, like begging people to subscribe or having to constantly remind people about the implied subjectivity of human speech.
I call bullshit.
Tried very hard to treat my audience like adults, which is why I can often be so harsh on all of you. And it's not often, but I do occasionally get reminded how much that effort is appreciated. I've had people say they appreciate that I don't patronize them in my videos, that I don't waste people's time with sponsorships and pleads to subscribe. And very recently I had a video up where I vented about the frustrations of dealing with my audience and the stress and burnout that's created. And I thoroughly expected that to tank my business. I expected people to unsubscribe and cancel their pledges en masse. I was wrong. What actually happened was I saw a massive uptick in pledges and a torrent of support and apologies from the audience, as well as actually changed behavior. Almost overnight, the thing that was making me hate my job.
Oh, you mean like how currently you whine and yell at people because they do gift subs and they give you money, but since you don't like the big mini like sound it makes, that you literally ban people from watching your streams because you don't like the GIF sub pop up. That's kind of behavior, Lily. Or how that because Pokemados was nukes, that you decided to put the archive that is freely available on archive sites or reposted by other people, but that you decided to put it on your Patreon, not even as a free stuff. You're like, oh, you need to subscribe to my Patreon to see my Madhouse archive. It's shit. You're doing this for the money, because you live off of this, but you suck at it. So right now, I mean, I don't know how it was 4 years ago. Maybe 4 years ago this was actually true. But it shows that you just changed for the worse, Lily.
Job dropped to about 10% of what it had been originally. I wouldn't have a roof over my head right now if it weren't for you guys. I wouldn't be able to live comfortably if it weren't for you guys. I was worried about what would happen to me for a long time, and now I don't have to worry about that anymore. I've seen a lot of people talk about how MLP changed their life or some shit, but I'm not going to do that because it hasn't. It didn't change my life because I never built my career around it in the first place.
You did! You literally did! Your channel used to be a MLP channel exclusively. You literally just said that you built your career on MLP and then branched out to something else. You literally contradict yourself in the same sentence. What the fuck?
I built it around fostering an audience that was here for my content and not just the fandom. I built it around you guys watching this right now. Some cartoon didn't change my life. You guys did. I know I can be hard on you all, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Okay, whew. Well, I gotta go for now. I'll need to go eat because it's been a while. We're already 2 hours in the stream and only 2 videos. It's going to be long, isn't it? So I'll just go and grab a bite and then we'll continue. I need to make something for that. Hang on. I'll put some music for you guys.
cunt. C-U-N-T, I'm cunt. Ring a bell, only time will tell. Hope you enjoy your time in hell, 'cause you're. Ring a bell, only time will tell. Hope you enjoy your time in hell, 'cause you're. Over, baby. So come in, suck me out. I know I need your love. Suck me out. So come and suck me up. There's not a reason that I'm leaving now. Something's up and down. So damn good, can't believe it now. It was it downtown. Don't need no one, just leave it now. Leave it now. Leave it now. Leave it now. Babe, hate your face, but you can put the bubble. I feel like I'm in space. That's why I'm giving up. Babe, hate your tried to snatch my wig. Girl, you did not eat. Don't let the biz hype you up, babe. So baby, come to the back of the car of my body. You wanna lick up my tattoo body. You wanna fall all night in my shawty. Party, party, party all night with ya. Party, party, party in the valley of town. Party, party, party all night with ya. Party, party, party in the valley of town. Party, party, party all night with ya. Party, party, party in the valley of town. Party, party, party all night with ya. Party, party, party in the valley of town.
Hi. Hi, other people here. I took a little bit of time, but hello, I'm back. I'm back from eating. Okay. I guess I can go back to suffering now. Hi. So I'm really sorry about the YouTube chat. I don't know why, but YouTube decided to hide almost everything that was that was said. So I'm only seeing the YouTube chat now. Hi, Relic. Yeah, I like only saw like the 3 first messages, and then I just didn't see anything, and I just noticed that there was a whole last conversation that I couldn't see. I'm really sorry about that. Anywho, let's continue, because we love suffering. Is that everything? Yeah, just but don't really mind about Mechanic. He's a peculiar little fella. And also, Mechanic, I blocked you on Discord. Why the fuck are you here? You are not welcome here. Anyway, so you can do 2 things. Either I continue to suffer with the video, or we take a little break and I play some Pokemon TCG for a little bit, just to clear my head. Unless you want to see me suffering right now, which is also an option. I'm just waiting a little bit to see if there are more people joining. Let's see if there are people. I will try to make this a more digestible video. I'll try to like break it down into one video that I will post on my channel. This will make a long. I think I'll break it down by video because this is like a reaction stream to multiple videos, so I'll break it down to like you know, one video by video. Alright, let's continue.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money.
Honestly, I find it pretty ironic that literally in the last video she was like, oh yeah, I will never bother my audience for money or whatever, and this is her intro. And this is something funny that I noticed.
Friendship is Magic finally ended last year, not with a bang, but with a whimper. After 10 years of watching what was once a cute, fun, easygoing cartoon about tiny horse puppies being friends, turned into a pit of wasted world building and gloomy melodrama, I find myself ruminating on My Little Pony's slide down into the spiked pit of edgy man-children fantasy adventure show. These are my clustered thoughts on that, and animation as a whole this last decade. Yes, I know
I think we can already put, yeah.
Points had a public meltdown over minor consequences for her shitty behavior. We're doing this instead. So where to begin? Where to begin? Friendship is Magic is a show that kicked off the animation Silver Age. Some say it was Adventure Time, but that wasn't what really supercharged the TV animation industry. I use the word Silver Age reluctantly because when it comes to animated shows, the vast majority of the new 10s were fucking awful. Shows bloated by pretentious waffling, hyperfixations on world building, a desperation to be the next Avatar that became so cloying that even Avatar's own creators tried to get in on it and failed, and a conga line of persistently bad tropes that writers refuse to let go of.
There we go, already.
Even as they prove time and time again to actively kill their own shows, but pressing on anyway because the few dozen man-children still slavishly devoted to it were applauding the systemic suicide of everything they claim to be fans of. It wasn't a Silver Age, it was a Dork Age. The thing is, for a while, Friendship is Magic was the show that avoided this crap. While the fandom was always a big issue for the show staff, they did manage to always remember that there was a reason they were fans in the first place and keep making material that brought them in, usually with minimal pandering. Pandering was there and it was annoying, but it wasn't aggressively common. It wasn't until the map was introduced that things started to get iffy, because all the map actually turned out to be was an excuse to brute force a reason for the main six.
I see something that I've been noticed as a trope in Lily is that if something doesn't pamper to her, if she doesn't like something, that means the thing sucks and that everyone else is stupid for liking it. Like, she doesn't just say, I don't like this. She say, I don't like this, and everyone that does sucks. And if you like this, you're stupid, and I'm better than you because I don't like this. Which is something she accuses others to do, but she does it herself. So, like, Lily, just say you like early season My Little Pony, that the later season are not for you. Like, you can totally say that without insulting everyone else. A lot of people are like this. A lot of people even say the contrary, that they don't like early MLP, but they prefer the modern MLP. So, really, you just stop acting like you're a baseline for opinion, because I don't really care about her takes, because some of her takes are actually good. I actually agree with some of her takes. But the problem is that she presents them as if they are like the undeniable truth. So yeah, don't confuse opinion and fact. That's all I'm asking.
To be somewhere else while the problems were happening. Suddenly, friendship problems became the norm. You see, Friendship is Magic always seemed to have an issue with the moral of the story and how they were actually going to deliver it. At first, it was basically just letters to Celestia after a typical slice-of-life story about interpersonal relationships. And here's the rub, that was fine. That was perfectly serviceable. Because of how interpersonal relationships work, they could have sustained the show in perpetuity on that basis alone. The only real improvement that was made to it was establishing that everyone could write to Celestia so they didn't have to force Twilight into every episode. Once that happened, that was it. That's the perfect formula for a show. It's malleable, it gets the message across to kids, and it keeps the writing at a grounded area where it works best. So what happened? They kept fucking with it. If you've been in the Brony fandom for more than a year, you're probably familiar with and sick of this phrase, world building. World building.
No, I actually love world building. I think this is the most fun part to work on a show. Like, when you make a story, this is extremely fun to like be like, huh, how will the economy work? Do they have religion? If so, which religion? If they have religion, do they have proof of said religion? Or is it like in our world where there's no undeniable proof? Are they atheists? Is they atheists? Or are they treated? Are there different cultures? If so, are these cultures close to a world or not? This is extremely fun to think about. Like, Lily, you're literally hating the basic of storytelling and story creation.
Is the great big clumping foot of nerdism, the compulsion among some to exhaustively survey a place that isn't there. It's when you spend a ton of time working out the lore and minutiae for your fantasy world, but keep forgetting to put stuff in it to actually happen.
I'm already pulling that card. I guess it also counts as a writer myself. But yeah. And also, this is supposed to be about MLP. How did we get here? Why do you start to talk about world building and stuff?
This wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for one little issue. The Brony fandom overemphasizes world building. My Little Pony is not Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones. It's a show about characters, and the world is effectively the town they live in. There's only so much you can actually develop because the show is basically a sitcom.
One, it's not a sitcom. Two, the world they live in is a world kingdom. With some cultures and own stuff. There's a magic system in My Little Pony. There's a law system that is different well. Like, it's not just Ponyville or Canterlot. There's a whole kingdom, and we see in a lot of episodes, we see them travel to different places. And the Crystal Empire is literally another kingdom that is neighbor to the Equestrian Kingdom. So like, you're just wrong, Lily. Like, this is not even a bad take or whatever. This would be a good take if it was about any other show, but this is just wrong for My Little Pony.
Bronies, especially critics in the fandom, have never really been able to accept that because a sitcom is simple and not really worth exhaustively obsessing over, even though sitcoms remain the most popular genre of television ever. Bronies kept trying to twist and mutate it into being an
Is it? Hang on. I need to double check something. What is the most popular type of television? Hang on. Most popular type of television show. Comedies and dramas. Sitcoms aren't there. What are the most popular TV shows currently? The top 8. The Umbrella Academy, House of the Dragon, Game of Thrones, Bad Monkey, The Boys, The Bears, The Lord of the Ring, Lost. What is the most watched TV show? American Horror Story, Breaking Bad, Lucifer, Supernatural, Prison Break, How to Get Away with Murder, Teen Wolf, The Simpsons. Besides a few, none of them are sitcoms. Like, you did one Google search, Lily. Sitcom is very popular, but it's not the most popular. Yeah. What are the most watched genres of TV? Fantasy, drama, action, science fiction, and war. Sitcoms literally never appeared once. You're full of shit, Lily. So I'll say it. That's a lie. That's just a lie.
adventure show about Equestria. Not about its main cast of characters learning to not be jerks, but about the map and filling in more and more of it. It started with demanding new villains when the tradition was premieres and finales. Hell, season 1 didn't even have a finale villain, and instead it was all about the girls learning that royal parties suck. There was this constant push and pull between the show's functioning and work.
This wasn't what the show was saying. It was saying that when you go to an event, it's better to spend it with your friends and try to hang on to an ideal you had, and that you don't have to be disappointed if the reality isn't your ideal because you didn't spend it with your friend. Like the season 2 finale, the season 1 finale is basically like, yeah, they learn that they should have spent the night together, and not trying to guess how it would have went differently. That's the goal of the episode.
Workable formula is a slice-of-life sitcom about simple interpersonal relationship issues and the kind of deep lore adventure saga that the adult fanbase wanted it to be. And that was a struggle the show was winning for a while until all the experienced writers and producers left. Why was this a problem? Well, we'll get into it a bit later, but aside from the fact that changing directions like that mid-series is a huge alienation risk, it also didn't suit the show's established goal. A show about interpersonal relationships doesn't work if you stretch out beyond the very personal world and into a global government. Values.
So, first off, what is it with her obsession with interpersonal relationship? And she calls My Little Pony that, and it's not even that. So, like, it seems like Lily is gripping to an ideal that is not the reality. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, nudge.
That work for children dealing with conflicts with their friends cease to hold any water when you start dealing with global threats and government tension. You probably remember I said the same thing about Steven Universe. The show wants to be about forgiveness and second chances, but decided to apply a kindergarten level understanding of that concept to areas far outside its wheelhouse. Steven Universe's big critical mistake wasn't so much trying to be about forgiveness, it was trying to legitimately put the adult fan into your story. It's a really easy concept. This was the same problem Friendship is Magic ultimately had. It wanted to branch out and explore the world to appease the adult fans and have new big villains because that's what the adult fans like, and then deciding to stick to the premise of being about friendship, which results in the obvious, hastily rushed redemption arcs where the villains accept friendship into their hearts and all is forgiven.
Not a great plan.
As a result, the show became less about teaching lessons and more about preaching. And not preaching in a good way, like Zootopia, in a bad way, like enlightened centrism. You see, the shift to a political environment could have worked if they actually made that shift the whole way, but instead they took the childish values with it. Now friendship became a...
They took the childish values with it because it's a kids show. Because it's a kids show supposed to be understood by kids. They tackle important and grave issues with a lot of simplicity so that kids can understand the basic ideas of it and can recognize set patterns in their lives. What doesn't click in your head?
Equestria's main religion, with Twilight as its pope.
Friendship didn't fail me. I failed friendship.
What the fuck does that mean, you mashed potato?
Before, friendship was magic because strength in numbers always works better than doing everything yourself. That was the lesson that Twilight had to learn in the first episode. Now it was something you had to put your faith in, like the Force. It had no tangible reason for existing anymore. It was just something you believed in. A big symptom of this was that the show stopped teaching conflict resolution outside of Fluttershy episodes, which I could argue is the single most important skill to teach children. Friendship is now something you offer and maintain by keeping everything quiet and not rocking the boat too much. This wouldn't be an inherently bad idea if the writers had understood what they were working with and created an environment where toxic, hostile, and abusive relationships and people no longer existed, but yeah, they forgot that part.
Did she really just say that My Little Pony would have been better if it didn't show any problematic relationship? That's just a brain dead take. Like, at this point I don't even care. Like, this is just a brain dead take. This is a stupid take. Just go back to Watch Arm Tower if you bother so much. Leave My Little Pony alone. I mean, I guess she did, but like, you know. Because I still don't understand why she reviews stuff and talks about so much stuff that she hates. Like, if you don't like something, just don't watch it and scram. And if there's some people telling you, oh, you should review it, you should watch it, and you know that you won't like it, just be like, No, sorry, I won't like it, so no, I won't do this. There's people that have been begging me to play Elden Ring or Dark Souls, but I know that I won't like it because it's not my kind of games. Would I say that, oh, this game actually sucks and you're stupid for liking it? No. I was going to say, I know that this game isn't for me. I'm sorry. If you enjoy it, cool, but I won't do it. Like, this is just mentally exhausting.
The show tacitly encouraged children to disregard their own safety and always extend a hand of forgiveness to people who make excuses for their bad behavior, a trend that would become infinitely worse as time went on and more shows followed in MLP's footsteps. And this was something that went unacknowledged by much of the community because, 1. Bare-bones villains with Freudian excuses or bad reasons for doing things are currently making average audiences bust a nut without supposedly complex they are, like it's some kind of requirement. 2. Brony behavior indicates that the themes of the show went completely over their head, probably because they were too busy mapping out the world and busting a nut over background characters and also children. 3. Modern cartoon fandoms are completely indifferent to what is and is not healthy for children in shows aimed at children because they view children with absolute giggling contempt. Friendship as a concept became more and more about having friends and keeping them, not having good friends. Early in season 1, there was an episode that I would argue is one of the most important episodes in terms of what it teaches to children.
You know, this is not how I thought my old friends would treat my new friends. If being cool is all you care about, maybe you should go find some new cool friends someplace else.
Something that isn't taught enough these days is cutting toxic people out of your life. Many grown adults seem to value their friends only in that they have friends.
Honestly, that's something that I like about Gilda, is that, okay, it was probably not intended in this episode, but we learn later that her behavior is just a matter-of-factly like how she came out to be due to her culture and the way she was raised, which is honestly mostly how some people like her turns out to be. Like, they're just raised in a bad environment, and in like a home village with other Griffins, you don't really do friends or family or whatever, so she wasn't really aware of how to keep friendships and stuff, and she just saw Pinkie Pie as a way to steal Rainbow Dash, which was her only friend. So yeah, this was probably not planned in season 1, but I also really like that they gave this piece of lore later, because it's something that happens. Sometimes, yeah, you have to forgive people because, like, the way they treat you is not entirely 100% their fault. They should be held accountable, of course, but you shouldn't just throw someone out when they act bad to you if you don't try to understand how they became that way. I know, just force out.
Not how good those friendships are. The idea that cutting someone toxic out of your life is healthy for you isn't something that they can comprehend, and this episode just came out and nailed it, especially in regards to when people are being toxic to people other than yourself. Remember that Gilda doesn't scream at Rainbow, she loses it at Pinkie, and Rainbow cuts her out on principle. She doesn't try to remain friends with someone who abuses and harasses people like this, even when it isn't directed at her. She has too much respect for her real friends to do that, and it's something that people in both Rainbow's position and Pinkie's position need to hear. A friend of your abuser is no friend of yours. In real life, it's a lot more common to see people in Rainbow's position try to remain friends with both Pinkie and Gilda and not get involved in the drama. And that's a fucking shitty thing to do when one side is clearly in the wrong. And if you can't stick by a friend when they're abused or mistreated, then the friend you've let down is well within their right to cut you out. Compare and contrast to, well, the later seasons in general, where violent and hostile people are given dozens of second chances and abusive friends like Starlight continue to be allowed within the group.
Who said you could do that? No, Pony, I just did it.
That's the first indicator of a serial killer, you freak.
And in general, the idea of having less friends is considered worse than having only good friends. This resulted in the most hilarious...
Isn't that like the third time she says this? Like, where are you getting at? You're just saying the same thing over and over and over. I literally couldn't focus for the last 2 minutes because this is just the same thing. What are you getting at? Oh my god. I guess this can be but and yeah, and this. But yeah, I swear to god, this is hard to focus on that because she keeps turning and saying the same and same shit, and I'm like, bro, what are you trying to get at? This video is painful because I literally can't focus for that long. She keeps saying the same thing over and over and over and over, and I just... And it might make me want to quit, but
form of hypocrisy in many of the characters, where in the early seasons, Trixie is vilified for being an arrogant, lying dickhead, but in the later seasons, Starlight is given hugs and cuddles and soft, soothing whispers in her ear after subjugating an entire town, mind-fucking them brainless, and enforcing her own.
And so Trixie and so does Starlight gets a redemption arc because they try to change, and so they deserved to be taken back because they changed and apologized for their behavior, and also because both Trixie and Starlight had like cultural and background meanings for that. Is that such a hard concept to understand?
Fascist cult on the whole damn place. And I wasn't alone in noticing this, because throughout the entire series, Trixie was a fan favorite who everyone wanted to come back, but Starlight was the base-breaking character who a good 3/4 of even the adult fans hated. Her introduction was divisive, her redemption was divisive, her place in the main cast was divisive, and her consistent relapsing into abusive behavior remained a divisive thing. So it's not like people didn't completely care, but it was often treated as this unexplained.
And she got called out for it. I want to say abusive behavior, but she is called out for not, you know, doing stuff normally and accidentally being hurtful to her friends and to the people she cares about. Because this is what happens. You don't change in the snap of a finger. It takes a lot of time and effort. And like, even if you try, you can still fail. I don't particularly like Starlight, but I still see the tropes they were going for with her.
Phenomenon with the show that couldn't possibly have a source. Of course, behind the scenes, the reason for such infuriating writing was twofold. See, the writers were clearly proud of Starlight and the general theme of later seasons. This is a trend in a lot of cartoons these days. Creators often have a very specific, centrist theme they want to push, especially onto children, and they tend to be dismissive of criticism, overly prideful of what they've made, react badly when it isn't accepted, and have a nasty habit of ignoring everyone on their staff telling them not to do what they're doing. The notion of creators trying, often in vain, to clap back against criticism tends to lay this pride bare. Episodes of Friendship is Magic, like Fame and Misfortune, were so nakedly obvious in this regard that to describe it as salt would be an understatement. See, it's one thing to make an episode parodying the imaginary idea of a show that your fanbase can cook up in their heads, but to go out of your way to single out people with direct references, craft a scenario where you can have strawman characters repeat people's criticisms ad nauseum, and then try and write it all off with a musical number that says, "We have flaws, stop expecting us to improve as people," that always struck a chord with me, as it so brazenly mirrors the habit of performatively progressive people who say or do something stupid, get called out on it, and then make a big show about how cancel culture has gone too far and the left is eating itself, rather than just admit you were wrong, commit to being better, and taking the temporary dragging like a grown-up. There's a defensiveness to shit like this that shows just how prideful a creator can often be, and how sensitive they are to that pride being wounded. It ultimately came down to the fact that the writers were proud of Starlight, and they didn't like it when people rejected her as a concept, so they double, triple, and quadruple down on Starlight and her critical overreaction issue that caused most of her problems in the first place, as if it were some kind of cute quirk. And while I fixate on Starlight because she's the most prominent example, it extended to every other antagonist as well. They all went through the exact same shit, except for Cozy Glow, who became the victim of the writers being edgy and stupid. Starlight's bullshit stretched further outward than that. If I could point to anything that was an absolute plague on the last decade, not just in animation, but the very concept of storytelling, it's this trend of absolutely
First of all, bringing up Steven Universe even again, and I still don't know what she's getting at. You're not explaining anything about why, you're not explaining about how. This is just a yap fest. This is just a yap fest. Like, she's just yapping and yapping and yapping and yapping, but she doesn't get anywhere. Like, scripts are for that, Lily, so that you make sure that you don't repeat the same shit over and over and over. If it was like a stream highlight or something, I would have understood, but this is supposed to be a scripted video. So like, this is painful.
Monstrous, evil, nasty, completely unenjoyable antagonists who then turn around and go, "Oh, but I was sad once," and a bunch of mouth-breathing dipshits immediately showering their respective creators in tongue baths because OMG, so deep and complex. Despite...
Did she really compare Tempest to something to like act villain. Is what, oh, I was the sad ones. Tempest is literally a disabled unicorn that lost her horn and she can do magic, and so the villain I forgot his name, and so the villain she sided with kept promises of giving her back a horn, and since she was ostracized for not having a horn and having dangerous magic due to the fact she couldn't control it anymore, that she was so desperate to get a horn that she followed him, because he kept promises of giving her a horn. And when she realized she was betrayed, she instantly went to help Twilight because she realized, oh, I made a mistake. I made some mistake in my judgment. He betrayed me. I realized that I was wrong. You were right. So yeah, let me join you. So no, she doesn't have I was sad once reformation. She was I was desperate and got betrayed, and I realized that what I did was wrong. This is how she goes. What is Lily yapping about?
These characters being shallower than a fucking puddle. My Little Pony's biggest problem was that in its later seasons it kept trying to appeal to adults, but it was My Little fucking...
Because it's a show that grows up with its audience. It starts off very simple, and then slowly through the seasons it becomes more mature and tackles darker themes. This is what makes it so unique. Because it's a show that grew up with its audience because they were aware that the show was running for 10 years. So that the 6-year-old that started watching it at season 1 was at 16 years old when the show ended. That's easy to get. Like, I don't get. Did she really expect 9 seasons of fluff and wholesome and nothing and blah blah blah, you singing flowers and whatever?
Pony. It was never meant to appeal directly to adults. In fact, it gathered an adult fan base in the first place despite never once considering trying to grab one. People act like this was some kind of surprise, but Friendship is Magic gathered a diverse audience because it was a funny, enjoyable show with fun characters and a good framework for delivering its stories. It doesn't matter if you're aimed at adults or if you're aimed at 5-year-olds, that's universally appealing. Which is why it's always baffled me that bronies by and large felt the need for the show to change in some way to more suit them, because
I don't think anyone wanted the show to change. The show changed in itself because, as I've said, it's a show that grows up with its audience.
Why on earth were you watching the damn thing in the first place? Well, that's actually not a mystery. Back in season 1, the position of a lot of bronies was, I don't like the show, but I love the fandom. It seems a lot of people jumped into a fandom for a show they didn't watch simply because of the idea.
So there you go. That's usually you didn't watch the thing and you're in the fandom
of belonging to a community. A lot of people on the internet are lonely and seeking to be part of a group and aren't that good at building a social group of their own.
Something that bothers me is that why is Lily shitting so much on the fandom when she started a channel as a My Little Pony channel, and that's to the point of this video she still uses like My Little Pony songs, I mean a My Little Pony background, and basically a My Little Pony art style for a channel. Like, you don't get to shit on what made your career. This is just weird. I'm just confused.
So what ends up happening is a lot of them glom onto a fandom for anything and just go from there in the hopes of maybe making friends. For those of you wondering, this is why people get so emotionally attached to their fandoms that any kind of criticism of the work or creator is taken as a personal insult. Because these are people so emotionally stunted they will claim a fan of mediocre thing as a personality. And looking at the brony fandom of season 1, what were the big hits of fan works they were all championing back then? Past Sins, a story about Nightmare Moon being reincarnated as a child who was then adopted by Twilight. Cupcakes, a story about Pinkie Pie going batshit crazy and murdering her friends for no reason. And Fallout Equestria, a crossover between Fallout and My Little Pony that became popular for its ultra-violence and grim, moody tones. See, there's your problem. You got a bad case of the termites. People swiftly divided into their own cliques with their own interests, but that wasn't really what started the avalanche. Edgy fanworks exist everywhere, but it usually...
Oh, Pokemon is a show for kids, but there's a lot of adults make some weird stories about it. Like, for example, Pokémonos, a comic about a God of War and a Newman that wants to fuck each other, but yet don't.
Usually doesn't affect a work so severely. No, what really kicked things into high gear was the same thing we talk about all the time on this show. insecurity. See, back in 2011, right-wing news outlets had been short on things to pretend to be outraged about, and so very briefly focused on bronies and portraying them as basement-dwelling pedophiles, which back in season 1 was considered a ridiculous notion. Man, those were the days, weren't they? But bronies never really got over being the right-wing whipping boy of the moment, particularly because bronies tend to veer hard right,
Yes,
and the
let
idea
me
that
move,
right-wing media is a pit of
sway
opportunists and outrage peddlers couldn't really sink in with people who believe the same things they do, so the wound remained for a very long time, and bronies developed a very deep insecurity about liking a property for little girls, which translated into trying to muscle children out of the picture. Bronies by and large got so fucking histrionic that when a child posted a video about how bronies are dumb, a bunch of grown-ass men spent over a year crying about it and trying to humiliate this poor kid incessantly. You're probably thinking, Lily, this is about MLP, but you're talking about the fandom. Well, in the new tens, you couldn't really separate them. The divide between creator and audience practically vanished once Twitter came into being, and it became possible to yell directly at executive producers. So not only were bronies getting news coverage, they were being noticed by the staff at Hasbro itself, and bronies were incessant in their demands for more villains, exploring the world, delving into the lore, and doing darker, more mature stories in general. But that desire didn't really catch on for a while because the people in charge kinda knew better. See, there's a divide between industry veterans who have been making cartoons since the 80s and 90s and young art school brats who are just now trying to make their magnum opus, and you can see the divide clear as day. Shows made by veterans tend to veer more toward even-tone storytelling and slice-of-life character interactions, while shows made by art school brats overwhelm.
Again, why is she talking about that? Like, I legit don't understand what's the point of the video. It's just like 20 minutes of shitting on My Little Pony as a wall. But it doesn't explain, like, it doesn't explain the title. Like, I'm still lost. What's the point of the video? What are you trying to get at? What are you trying to explain? Like, you spent like almost 20 minutes talking about how the fandom is shit and how the show is not wholesome fluff all the time. Like, if you don't like it, that's perfectly fair, but you don't have to pretend it's a bad thing as a whole. Sally, this is real life. Welcome to hell. Show the seat and enjoy. There's nothing else.
Overwhelmingly lean toward pretensions of grand stakes and big worlds and Avatar-esque serialized storytelling. Hell, you can trace that back to fanfiction in the early 2000s. You ever notice that the most popular fanfics tend to be the ones that are really, really long? Like
Stockholm? Like Stockholm? Like Stockholm, Lily? Oh, I'm sorry. Like Scars? Because that's how you want to call it? And that you totally didn't watch Stockholm, but you totally did watch Scars and this same fucking fanfic? Or like Pokemon House that's run for years. And I read that on stream not too long ago, and yeah, that was just a hell ride.
100,000 words or more. You also notice that the stories that get that long tend to drag incessantly and are constantly leaving the reader on cliffhangers to ensure they read the next chapter, which 99% of the time never fucking comes because the writer abandoned it years ago. You ever notice that we're having that problem with television now? This is why shows like The Loud House, Teen Titans Go, Hilda, and DC Superhero Girls tend to slant more toward overt comedy and don't take themselves very seriously, because they're made by people who know why the old shows of the 90s we all got hooked on got so popular, because they actually made them. Meanwhile, people who really liked Powerpuff Girls or—
Why is she bringing it? Oh my god, this is painful. Because like, I'm trying to focus. I swear I'm trying to focus hard, but she's yapping. She talks about fanfictions, then she talks about Powerpuff Girls, then she talks about The Loud House, then she talks about Avatar. What are you trying to get at? Please. What are you trying to say? This is all I'm asking. What are you trying to say? I need a breather. I need a very small break. Hang on, I'm getting myself a drink. it wasn't a can. That was a bottle. But yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. What are you trying to get at, Lily? I think I'm making it harder on myself because English is not my first language. So but still. It's a pain to try to understand what she's saying.
Avatar or Teen Titans can often very rarely tell you the real reasons they were good, and what they tell you about those shows will often prove to be completely untrue upon investigation. So when you have a generation of people who grew up with Teen Titans and Avatar, fundamentally misunderstood them, and then went on to make their own shows despite only having an art degree, some minor animation experience, and no writing qualifications whatsoever, you get shows that are a bloody mess. And those bloody messes were cheered by other 90s kids for being OMG so deep, because they're not actually good at analyzing the merits of their own assholes, let alone a massive multimedia project. And
like, I already have that here, Lily. But yeah, like your own work is not better than that, Lily.
when I talk about this, people get confused because you can't just walk into an executive's office and get a show deal. You need to go to school first, and school should hammer those bad habits out of you. But you remember how I said art school brats? See, you can be the world's greatest animator who can create Prince of Egypt level animation in record time on your own, but that doesn't mean you can make a show. You can go to school to learn animation, but if you're not also taking a literature course or a creative writing course or any kind of language arts course at—
You didn't do that either, Lily. Or at least you dropped out and, like, I don't know, eating chess pieces or whatever. And, like, this was supposed to be about My Little Pony. Why is she talking about art school now? What are you trying to get at, Lily? What are you trying to say? Hang on. I'm going to skip until we get to a point where there's ponies on the screen. Oh, there you go. Ponies.
Friendship is Magic largely safe was the fact that for a while it was controlled by industry veterans. People Lauren Faust had worked with on previous projects were called on because she knew they were good at their jobs, and when she left they managed to keep everything under control. But after a few years things started to change. Those experienced writers left, and the people who came on were fresh blood in the industry. Oh shit. All of a sudden, all the antagonists now have to be redeemed because the only options are redemption or death, and we can't kill them because that would be bad.
They literally kill the main villains at the end of the show, but okay. Like, Lily, did you watch My Little Pony? Be honest. You can say you just watched the early seasons and just came to the end. Like, a lot of people do that. You can just say it, but don't review a show that you haven't watched. This is all I'm asking, because at the end they literally killed the three main villains. They killed Tyrex, they killed Chrysalis, and they killed Cozy Glow. They killed Sombra too. Sombra is just dead now. Luna was reformed because Nightmare Moon was not herself. Discord was reformed because he's not evil, he was just chaotic and he needed someone to you know, help him understand that just because he's the embodiment of chaos doesn't mean he has to be evil. I forgot the name of the blue-haired guy, but he was reformed because he's not evil, he was possessed by an evil spirit. Who am I forgetting? Somebody is dead, Chrysalis is dead. They tried to reform Chrysalis, but Chrysalis refused. This is why she's dead now, because she decided to not take the forgiveness. But they were ready to forgive her. They killed T-Rex twice. They killed Cozy Glow. Who else is reformed in My Little Pony? Because all things considered, they still killed a lot of villains, or at least tried to trap them for eternity. So not everyone gets to be reformed, Lily. Especially in later seasons.
Killing villains would be a bad lesson for children. Now here's an episode about how your depression isn't real and your parents who can't respect your boundaries and behave like adults should be tolerated because family.
Did you really say that the Luna episode is your depression is not real? This is literally about how Luna's sadness was justified and that she was right to feel this way, but she was suffering for way too long and should learn how to forgive herself because that was a guilt that harmed everyone around there. And does it try to stop her? Does it pull her out from her depression and self-harming tendencies? How is that a bad thing? This is what I'm asking. How is that a bad thing?
And suicide can be cured by small children going blah. You know, back in season 1, children were learning lessons like don't hound your friends for their stuff, or don't associate with people who treat your friends like
Strongolf wanted to go turn back into stone because he found it hard to integrate in modern society. So Yuna, I forgot her name. She helped him find stuff he could do and his place in modern society so that he doesn't want to be turned to stone again. So it's not she then gave bleh. She literally helped him find a place, which was something he missed. Like the whole reason he wanted to be turned back into stone was because he couldn't find himself or living in modern society, and so she helped him find a place in modern society. That's literally the episode. So no, the episode is about how you can cure suicidal tendencies by showing that you don't have the where am I trying to get at? I'm gone. But yeah, the episode is about that you can cure suicidal tendencies by having a new look on life. Oh yeah, no, Luna knew. I was talking about the little yak girl that helps Strongoof realize the place in society.
like shit. Or don't be a pedantic asshole when one of your friends claims to have psychic powers, it's really not worth it. Or don't look a gift horse in the mouth, but dumb tish. Well, now they're learning things like don't rock the boat too much, and don't cause conflict among your friends. Being friends even though you're hostile to each other is better than not being friends somehow. It's like Bronies got a hold of the writing desk and started going hog wild with all their terrible ideas. And any pushback against this, the suggestion that maybe children shouldn't be taught these particular kinds of lessons, was given the usual canned response that anything else would be inappropriate for children. You ever wonder why the Powerpuff Girls reboot was so sterilized and packed to the gills with memes, despite the original being a hyper-violent action series? That's because the reboot was made by people who view age in a binary fashion and believe that the only two modes that exist for a show is Dora the Explorer and Game of Thrones, who believe they were making a show for 5-year-olds rather than a show for 7, 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. One common defense of Steven Universe, hang on, I won't be here long, I promise, is that they can't kill the villains because that's not appropriate for children. But Steven Universe isn't made for—
And skip. This is a video about My Little Pony, so I'm just going to skip everything that is off My Little Pony.
For no good reason whatsoever. We've never had a valid reason to think kids of any age under 16 are dumb and delicate and can't handle the basic realities of life. We just do it because we're idiots who don't bother to understand children when trying to make something they themselves—
You say, as you critique the show for everything stuff about suicide and self-harm and depression and... You can't have the cake and eat it too, Lily. Just take a side. Either the show is too dark or either the show is too light-hearted. But you can't say both. These are contradicting opinions, really.
would enjoy. It's all about that world building and grand adventure and special connections, because despite being 30, my generation still thinks cooties exist. And I'm not saying that Friendship is Magic had to be teaching good lessons to kids, it just had to not teach bad lessons. Real talk, am I asking too much when I ask that children's cartoons remain entertaining to children and avoid teaching poor or toxic lessons? I don't think I'm asking for much. I'm not even asking for the shows to be good, just for them to not be terrible. I think I'm the only person left alive who talks about cartoons for a living who doesn't actually want the next Avatar. I would just prefer shows retain a bare minimum quality standard and maintain a bit of variety like we used to have. Like only 15 years ago, we could have a detective show, a parody of prison shows, a general slice of life show, a sitcom, an action spy cartoon, and whatever the hell Dave the Barbarian was supposed to be, all airing at the same time to give a variety of different types of stories. But it seems like this variety has been forgotten as my generation—
If you want variety, you can seek out variety. Like, does she really expect that she just has to open her mouth and everything she wants just falls in like she was a baby bird? I don't know, this is just super weird.
grew up and desperately chased Avatar like a fucking drug. Honestly, I'm really starting to wish that show had never fucking aired, because the damage it's done hasn't been worth it.
Okay, that's finally over. Oh my god. Alright, just a Pokemon video. I'm scared about the Pokemon video. Oh my god. I'm tired. Yeah, oh, there Avatar Aspire people. I didn't watch Avatar yet. I plan to, but I don't really have time for it, so but I might actually try. But yeah, I'm just, I need a break. My brain. My brain. You know what? I'm going to take a small break that you can watch. Oh wait, this is my boyfriend, isn't it? Hang on. I think I need to go ask my boyfriend something. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Non, mais il y a un problème là, attends. Parce que là, on voit les cadavres d'ici. Mais il y a des cadavres là-bas.
Is I going back? Yeah, I can. I just need to check because this is not my account. This will be my boyfriend's account. Right. There we go. Going to play some good old Pokemon for a little bit. Then we can go back to suffering. I was going to do one game. Alright. Huh. Wait, is that it? Oh. No, there should be... Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, this is just because this wasn't so good. Okay. I should put new. There we go. This is just a small break, by the way. We're going to be doing some stuff later. It's just that I need a little break from the stupidity that is Lily occurred. We're fighting Greninja deck, but since the fighting Greninja should be an advantage. Let's go. If all goes well, they should be well. Okay. Oh, that's good. Let's go. I'm honestly at advantage here. He shouldn't be able to kill me. Yeah. I think he realized that I was at advantage. The second input is fighting a Shinobi. What happened? So jingle, but nothing was made. Okay. This was just a short break. Back to suffering now. Alright, Pokemon retrospective of Generation 1. Let me just reset the bingo card. And let's go. This is loud.
Ah, Pokemon. I have a very conflicted relationship with you. On the one hand, Emerald, but on the other hand, typical AAA gaming bullshit. No series has been this long-lasting with so little and yet at the same time so much iteration. While the basic formula for Pokemon never changes, the features and priorities of Game Freak throughout each generation make each game feel vastly different from each other. We go from the threadbare, open-ended world of Generation 1 and 2, to the linear and dialogue-patterned environments of Generation 4 and 5, to the over-tutorialized Generation 7. But which one is the best? To be honest, I'm not really interested in that conversation, Gen 3. I'm more interested in how the series has grown and evolved along with its creators, and it'll be nice to cover something that I have a much more varied opinion on for a change, because Lord knows I've had enough of the garbage pits. So this is my latest big passion.
Got a love of almost every gameplay video has Gardevoir in it. Like, I know she's your favorite Pokemon, but still. Please just show you have other Pokemons, oh gosh.
Project. I want to talk about the entire Pokemon series, starting with the game that started it all. This is my latest big passion project. I want to talk about the...
Yeah, the fact that the Gardevoir is so overleveled compared to the rest of the team is ridiculous.
The entire Pokemon series, starting with the game that started it all, Red and Blue. Oh god, please somebody stop me. Now just to get all my biases on the table really quickly, these are my favorite Pokemon, these are my least favorite Pokemon, these are my champions ranked best to worst, and these are how I rank the games overall best to worst. Take a...
Wait, did you say just Danta as a
Pokemon?
best...
These are my...
as the best one, when in a fucking fanfic she is a criminal that fucked a Gardevoir. Please. And I'm also wondering, how can she love Gardevoir but hate Galad so much? Lily, you're a weird person.
My champions rank best to worst, and these are how I rank the games overall best to worst. Take however much salt you feel necessary, and let's do this, bitch! Look, I'm not going to bore you with describing the basics of Pokemon. If you're watching this video, you already know how catching, evolution, and gym battles work, alright? I'm not going to do a Nintendo and explain it to you anyway. I know it's customary to start these videos with 10 minutes of preamble detailing the basic mechanics, but I think you already get the gist of it. If you don't, you're probably not watching a video like this. So let's not make like Game Freak and force you through the basics, okay? On the other hand, because I was a kid when Generation 1 first came out, I'm obligated to gush incessantly about it and get all my Gen 1er instincts out before we start the video proper. So without further ado...
Yeah, And skip.
Just don't understand true creativity. Okay, let's do this properly. I tend to be in agreement with a lot of people that, for the first few generations at least, your starter was effectively a difficulty setting. You want the easiest game possible? You go with Bulbasaur. He has the most gyms that are weak to him, most of the other gyms are either resisted by him or neutral to him, and only 2 gyms have type advantages against him, Sabrina and Blaine. Charmander offers the hardest start with the most weaknesses and only 1 type advantage against Erica, and Squirtle lands you somewhere in the middle with few strengths or weaknesses throughout the game. It's actually for this reason that Squirtle was a champion of speedruns for a while, due to his reasonably good stats and few major stumbling blocks. And then in Yellow version, there was Pikachu, who was also there. This design philosophy is also seen in Generation 2, where Cyndaquil is slanted toward an easier experience with a more generous gym layout and a wider array of moves, and Chikorita is slanted more toward a difficult experience due to the gym layout and a move pool that's geared her toward defensive play rather than offensive play. This would also be the first instance where a particularly thorny bias among fans would start to rear its head. You see, Charizard would be the first in
What the fuck does this even mean? There are male Gardevoirs. There are male Gardevoirs. Hang on. Maybe look up. A 50-50 split gender ratio. So like, they're not even more of male or female Gardevoir. It's an equal ratio. So what the fuck are you yapping about, Lily? There are male Gardevoirs.
Instance where a particularly thorny bias among fans would start to rear its head. You see, Charizard, despite being the worst starter in Generation 1 and faced with mountains of hurdles to climb over, is a massive fan favorite. He's considered a warrior and the choice for hardcore players. But in Generation 2, Chikorita had many of the same problems that Charmander did, and she's laughed at and viewed as a garbage mon who nobody should ever pick. That's quite a strange dissonance for 2 Pokemon who are arguably the same. The layman could look at such a dissonance and suggest that players arbitrarily decided what was better based on a hypermasculine design and shunned the Pokemon that could have been perceived as too feminine. But
that's not what happened, ladies. They just like the dragon better because dragons are just better than weird flower dinosaur in design. Ask a kid if they want Charizard or Chikorita and they will pick Charizard because it's a fucking dragon. It's not an hyper-masculine design versus an hyper-feminine design. This is just dragon versus dinosaur. This is really that simple.
Personally, I think that notion is absurd. I mean, for that to make any sense, it would have to be a predictive pattern of behavior of overwhelmingly favoring aggressive and superficially masculine Pokemon, shunning and complaining about Pokemon that could be perceived as feminine, hypersexualizing feminine Pokemon that look vaguely humanoid enough for a warped and twisted nerd.
Like you? Like you, Lily? So that's you. I see those that likes it. Blatant lie about the content. Shit in your main characters. These are weaves, I would say, too. And this would be better if, and with useless stuff. And this too. And I guess I can also put that here, but because what the fuck I was talking about that on a Pokemon video.
Mind to jack off to, and complaining so incessantly when feminine-coded Pokemon are extremely powerful that Game Freak adds a more masculine version of it just to...
This is just for a neat little fact. There's a very good shot, but I forgot who did that, but there's a very good shot that shows that Gallade is a story in itself about a shy kid becoming a warrior. Like, that's all there is to it. Sure, Gallades were added later, but Gallades are not stronger than Gardevoirs. They're just as good. They're just... Like, Gardevoir just if you want to start to use special attack, and Gallades because if you want to use physical attack. That's really depending on your playstyle. And popularity-wise, Gardevoirs are still much more praised than Gallades. Like, this is not adding a masculine version to an acclaimed feminine Pokemon. This is just adding a new evolution and a neat little gimmick of having a Pokemon that can change its evolution depending on what you do with it. That's all.
to shut people up. And come on, what are the odds of all of those things happening? Now, Pokemon was always split pretty down the middle when it came to gender, but the overcompensation of 90s kids as they reached their teens had large impacts on the game today. I'm pretty sure it's the only reason Game Freak approved Darkrai rather than killing the designer and burning their writing. Anyway, I'll extrapolate more.
Why? Darkrai is a cool Pokemon. I loved Darkrai as a kid. That's one of my favorite Pokemon. And because Darkrai is the opposite to Kirlia. Kirlia is a dream Pokemon, Darkrai is a nightmare Pokemon. This is why he looks like this, because he's a nightmare deity.
Or the implicit misogyny of Pokemon fandom when I get to Generation 4 and what they did to my favorite Pokemon line. For now, 90s 2 to be a bugbear that the franchise would spend a good 8 years trying to shake to varying degrees of success. Gameplay-wise, Generation 1 is a very, very, very simple game. You have Mons, you have moves. That's it. None of these abilities, or IVs, or EVs, or Mega Evolutions, or Z-moves, or Dynamaxing, or Gigantamaxing, or Maxi Padding. No double battles, triple battles, horde battles, or DVDA battles. No, it's just you and one other Mon wailing on each other until someone says stop, just like God intended. This is partly why the game feels so aged in comparison to later games.
I didn't want to point this out too much, but really, we know you're going for the God of War. Just please say you want to fuck the God of War. I promise nobody will judge you. Just say it. Just like just say Rita, just say you want to fuck the God of War. Just say it, please. Just say I want to fuck the God of War. This will be easier for everyone involved.
Games. The Generation 3 remakes are objectively better in every possible way, especially with the addition of newer features like abilities and breeding, but the core gameplay remains very much the same, and the sad part is that it can get very repetitive. One major issue that would affect a lot of us when I was a little girl was that battles would so quickly become a series of one-shots that we would constantly try to maneuver so as to avoid trainer battles. And honestly, I can't make this any more clear. Any game where you are actively avoiding the core gameplay is probably one with issues. Eventually, battles became an issue of keeping your level up to date, or more accurately keeping your ace up to date while everyone else sits in the green room. It was often just easier and you weren't likely to come up against any major issues except for...
If you play Pokemon with like a 2 years old, like when you were a kid and all you want to do is keep your ace up while everyone else sits up, you're just playing Pokemon wrong. Like, I'm sorry, you're just playing Pokemon wrong because you choose to keep one Pokemon active and then you're like, why can't I win when your ace Pokemon gets killed? You need to have a good team with a good coverage, and now the game is much more enjoyable because if you have a Pokemon in front of you, you can be like, oh, I can use my other Pokemon member team to beat it. And if you really get bored from Pokemon, just do a Nuzlocke. I think Nuzlocke makes Pokemon so much more fun.
For maybe one gym that you could power through anyway. The way the game's experience curves and available Pokemon are designed means that oftentimes you would just pour all your experience into your starter and be over-leveled for most of the game. Despite other people constantly saying that you can't win with just one strong Pokemon and needed to raise them all evenly, oftentimes it was more economical to just smash through everything using only your starter, and trying to spread the experience out evenly would often lead to you being under-leveled for the areas around you. There was no contest. The starters were just too good, and most of the Pokemon in the early game simply too underwhelming. If you were really dead set on it, you could get your starter, one of the 2 Nidorans, and maybe a bird, and that would have you set for the vast majority of the game until you needed a Pokemon to surf. Speaking of Nidoran, Generation 1 was also the start of a problem that would plague Pokemon for the rest of its life, and that was Bruisers. Bruisers are those Pokemon that aren't pseudo-legendary, but they might as well be. They are strong, usually offense-oriented, are stacked against the enemy trainers in such a way as they have very few...
Yeah, because that's to reward a player for taking a weak Pokemon and managing to, like, I don't know, raise it. Like, that's just rewarding you for like taking a weak Pokemon and still managing to raise it to full level, so you get rewarded with a super strong Pokemon.
Threats, have a diverse move pool, and level up and evolve relatively quickly. In Generation 1, there were a handful depending on your versions, but the biggest offender was Nidoking. Nidoran could be acquired very early in the game, just west of Viridian City, and came packed with a relatively decent set of attack stats and moves. In Yellow version, they even let him learn Double Kick a lot earlier in order to get you past Brock. Nidoran required very little actual support, especially as he evolved, and could easily be backed up by a halfway decent Butterfree. With these in hand, you really didn't need anything else. Nidoking is actually so strong that he's the current frontrunner for speedruns. Generation 1 had a lot of balance issues, so the effect Nidoking had on progression isn't as clear-cut as, say, the effect Ampharos had on Generation 2.
But Yeah, my problem is why is she so critical of Nidoking when it's like literally the first Pokemon game and she admits that the first Pokemon games has balancing issues. Like, why are you critiquing something that you agree is due to the flaws of the game? Because that was literally the first game that is like this. Pokemon Blue and Red were literally a bug fest that were barely being kept together. Because it was a project that was way too ambitious, but they still managed to make it barely work. So of course there's going to be issues and flaws with it.
Or the effect Gardevoir had on Generation 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. But Nido...
You give Lucario a steel move, and he eats Gardevoir for breakfast because Gardevoir has a very low defense. Just saying. Like, yeah, she can do Psychic or whatever and be super effective against him, but if you teach him Bullet Punch, you can say goodbye to Gardevoir because she's fairy now.
King remained a popular choice among people who wanted to breeze through the game with as little effort as possible in as little time as possible. In general, you could easily stomp the game if you managed to grab a decently tanky Pokemon and teach it some hard-hitting moves. Nidoking, Nidoqueen in some scenarios, Blastoise, Venusaur, Primeape, anything that could learn some decent Psychic-type moves. Alakazam if you have a friend willing to help you evolve it, and that's just the Pokemon you could acquire before the second Gym Badge. Gen 1 actually suffered a lot from there being a handful of Pokemon that just dominated everything else. Pokemon in general has always required ROM hacking to get some really meaty challenges out of it, but Generation 1 is the worst offender here. Small decks, small sample of moves, not many combinations. There being 151 Pokemon was a...
That's because it's the first game! That's because it's the first game! And they were testing a lot of stuff with it. Like, the game isn't bad, but the game isn't good because that was literally the first game, and then, like, Gold and Silver were already super, were already much better compared to Blue and Red. You can't review Red and Blue and compare it to other Pokemon games because at the time it came out there was no other Pokemon games. You can't review the first stuff of a series while keeping in mind the improvement it made along the years. You can't say, oh, Red and Blue and not many Pokemon, they were balancing issue and blah 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 blah, because it's the first game, you dipshit. And I'm not defending it. I'm not even a fan of Red and Blue. I don't even like the games themselves. But even I wouldn't dare compare it to more recent stuff. Because you can't. That came after. You can compare, for example, X and Y to white and black. But you can't compare Red and Blue to, for example, Emerald. You just don't do that because Red and Blue were literally the first Pokemon games that set up the tropes and that they could see what was good and what was bad with it, and so they could fix or approve of what needed it.
Impressive back then simply by virtue of fitting on a Game Boy cartridge, but honestly when you factor in their evolutionary chains and the handful of one-off Pokemon that aren't useful, that's a pretty piffy amount of Pokemon to choose from. And while we'll touch more on this later, any chance for interesting strategies goes out the window because half of the moves in the game simply don't work like they're supposed to. So in the vast majority of cases, every move becomes Rage, spam until victory. I don't consider this a bad thing. I'm not difficulty oriented in Pokemon. I want the gym leaders, Elite Four, Champion, and bonus bosses to be relatively challenging, and I want everything else to fall over when I look at it. This is the reason that Gardevoir is my front runner in most of the games, but in general I think Pokemon would benefit from just a little more creative problem solving. Give me more instances where I have to use Reflect and Light Screen. From a gameplay design standpoint, those are the two most interesting moves in the game. Most of the more interesting...
From a strategic standpoint, making yourself stronger is better than making yourself bulkier. You make yourself bulkier if you already have a bulky Pokemon. You make yourself stronger if you have already a strong Pokemon. Like, I played strategically for years. I stopped recently, but that's really how it works. If you have a Pokemon that have good stats, you upgrade those stats to be able to stab and kill the opposing Pokemon much easily. You don't add bulks to a Gardevoir just because. Like, Reflect and Light Screen are useless at this point. Like, you just teach your Gardevoir Calm Mind if you want to sweep things. Because Gardevoir has a lot of speed. So just teach it Calm Mind and spam Psychic or whatever. And there you go, you have your tank.
Interesting moves in Pokemon are moves that will have effects outside of just doing damage or affecting stats. I actually gain a lot of satisfaction from setting up a Reflect Will-O-Wisp combo with my Gardevoir because it cripples her only real weakness, physical attacks. And while it's not particularly difficult, it's a little more creative and intellectually engaging than just switching into a counter pick. I find that turn-based games should be based around move interaction like that as a bare minimum, and it bothers me the Pokemon so frequently doesn't. It shouldn't be as much of a pain in the ass as it is to set up a Pokemon with damage over time as a main moveset, rather than just putting Toxic on a defensive wall and waiting. Why aren't there more support-oriented moves outside of just healing and stat boost? Why aren't there more ways to debuff a target outside of just reducing stats? I like how burn cuts physical damage dealt rather than just the raw attack stat, and how that single function interacts with other abilities to create unique combos. And with Will-O-Wisp being the only move to always inflict a burn, it means that only some Pokemon have access to it, and creates an interesting way to build your team. We'll talk more about the issues in regards to Game Freak and their adamant refusal to include difficulty settings and the intricacies of Pokemon's gameplay when we talk about Generation 6, but the primary gameplay loop of Pokemon isn't all that engaging, and there are many ways in which it can be more engaging, with just a little more care and creativity put into what moves are available and what teams enemy trainers have. Tone down the elemental rock, paper, scissors, overall reduce the damage intake to get rid of one-shots. It would take work, which Game Freak is notoriously averse to, but I think it could be just that little bit more interesting. I'm gonna be the needless contrarian here and say that Gen 1 had the best story out of the entire series. But Lily, there's barely any story. I know, that's my main point. The story of Pokemon games has barely changed over the years. People might look at Black and White as massive deviations from the usual Pokemon story, or Gen 3 being when the story started to matter, and some people think Cyrus is a great villain, those poor unfortunate souls. But the makeup of the story hasn't actually changed in recent years. Get your Pokemon, fill the
I mean, honestly, I'm going to say that this opinion is garbage when you know that Lily hates world building and metaphors and whatnot, so I'm going to skip, okay.
Gen 1 has issues. A lot of issues. A lot of issues. A lot. Okay, so
because there's a first one, you dipshit. Of course the first game is going to have issue because there's a first game. Like, they barely made it work.
So before we get into the real meat, where I just kind of talk about the sort of like programming nature of things like Missing No or ZZAZZ and that kind of glitchy shit, here's just a few of the bugs, glitches, and weird coding behaviors Gen 1 had. Enemies have no PP tracking, so their abilities can be used infinitely. Critical hits were based on speed and occurred 4 times as often as they were supposed to, so if you were fast, you were also freakishly strong. Wrap, Bind, Fire Spin, and Clamp stopped opponents from doing anything while they were in effect, so you could spend an entire match whittling an enemy's health down and giggling until your friend punched you in the stomach. The freeze effect never expired. Your Pokemon just sits there mulling over its life choices. Every attack except Swift and Bide had a 1 in 256 chance of missing. Now here's a clip of a speedrunner losing their run to that happening twice in a row.
Thank you. No, you Gen 1 again, bro. Come on. You Gen 1 twice! You Gen 1 2 times!
It just claws at you, doesn't it? Counter only worked on normal and fighting type attacks. For some reason. Crits ignored stat changes, so if you did 3 swords dances and then got a critical, you got to eat shit. Psychic types were immune to ghost types. Everyone in the game is fucking lying to you. The only ghost type move that uses damage calculation was Lick, which does fuck all damage anyway. The best bug type move, which was Psychic's only working weakness, was exclusive to Beedrill and also did fuck all damage anyway because Game Freak hates you. Even if it had worked, all 3 ghost types were also weak to Psychic types because some world-class intellect decided to give them poison as a secondary type. Sword and Shield's National Dex controversy is just the latest in a long line of Game Freak endorsed sadism. Using Substitute when you had exactly 25% health left would knock out your Pokemon and force you to send out the next one. I mean, that's technically working as intended, I guess. The AI was really stupid. If you were weak to psychic moves, it would hit you with all of its psychic moves, even if those moves do no damage. This happened on Twitch Plays Pokemon. Remember how the enemy doesn't consume PP? It's like Rap, but even more petty. Badges boosted your Pokemon stats. That's not the bug. The bug is that if your stats were raised or lowered at all, the badge boost would be applied again. Rattata used Growl. Rattata will regret that. If you switch out your Pokemon in a trainer battle, the opponent would select their attack after you've switched out, fucking tryhards. Waking up from sleep took an entire turn, and it was easy to be put back to sleep. Oh look, it's adulthood. Attacking moves that paralyze can't paralyze of the same type.
Okay, I'm just gonna skip because
Some,
she
like
yaps.
Sleep and Rap, are the result of Game Freak just hating you with a burning passion and being pleased when you suffer. But the glitchy mess goes deeper than that. Now, I could easily write off all these weird and bizarre glitches that I'm about to talk about as just hastily slapped together code, or just list even more glitches out like I just did and try to top myself with regards to snarky quips and move on like most PokeTubers do, but I'm gonna take a moment to spin Gen 1's glitches into a positive. No, seriously, don't click away, I'm going somewhere with this. Do you guys know why Generation 1 glitches out the way it does? The cartridge simply doesn't have enough memory to accommodate the game. We all talk about how impressive it is that these games can fit on a Game Boy cartridge, but these crazy and strange glitches are the reason it fits on a Game Boy cartridge. First of all, a Game Boy game has very little memory to work with. For the uninitiated, this is used by programs to store important information for later collection. In the case of Pokemon, everything from how much money you have to your name to what wild Pokemon appear are all stored in individual memory addresses. But Pokemon needs more memory than the system actually has to use, so the programmers coded the game to be constantly releasing and reallocating memory in order to overcome this issue. Many glitches are caused by data for one aspect of the game temporarily occupying the memory typically used for another part of the game and not being changed properly. As we all know by now, the infamous Old Man glitch is caused by the game temporarily moving your name to the memory used for wild Pokemon data during the tutorial battle in order to change your name to Old Man without losing the ability to change it back at the end of the battle. But the wild Pokemon data isn't overwritten until you move into a map with wild Pokemon data to load. So if you fly to Cinnabar and surf that tiny area that typically has no wild Pokemon, the game tries to load encounters based on the letters in your name, and that's why you get garbage data as a result. Almost all of the really nasty glitches, like Missing No and the ZZAZZ glitch, are the result of the game juggling all of its data between its limited memory and getting confused when the player did something out of the ordinary. There's a reason all these glitches cannot happen through normal play and you have to go out of your way to make them happen, and that's because this juggling of resources was made with regular play in mind, to correct data being put in the wrong place. The ZZAZZ glitch in particular is caused by doing the Mew glitch incorrectly, which itself is created as a result of doing things that are out of the ordinary and not expected through normal play. ZZAZZ itself can corrupt your save data and is one of the few glitches that can actually...
Okay, my question is, this is supposed to be a retrospective when she talks about the game. Why is she talking about the glitches itself? Like, those aren't features. I guess this would be interesting if you wanted to make a video on the on like the technicality of Gen 1. But then I'm just getting bored because, like, you already made the video on Gen 1, that's all. You're just putting fluff. Like, this is not interesting if you just want to have an actual retrospective on Gen 1, which is really hard to do because Gen 1 doesn't have a lot of game in it. Anyway, I'm gonna skip all this yapping. I guess I'll just skip the rest of the video because, of course, she keeps talking about God of War. And I'm just tired. I'm just tired. I can't do this anymore. I'm quitting. Because she just yaps and yaps and yaps and doesn't get to the point. So yeah, I think I'm going to end the stream here. It's been very, very long. Much longer than what I anticipated, but I guess that's good. So yeah. Hope you still enjoyed it. And I'll see what I can do for later. I'll see you all for the next time I'm going to swim. And I hope you have a good evening or whatever else you may have. Bye bye.